Chapter 1718. Yu Hui's purpose was very obvious now. He wanted to rush to the holy manifestation regardless of the consequences. That was the core of the core that really affected this world. It was the beginning, the turning point, and the current anomaly. No matter what, the answer they wanted must be hidden there. Perhaps they could find some secrets about the primordial God. Those were secrets that could not be seen under normal circumstances and would not be revealed unless it was necessary. Perhaps they would reveal the reason or meaning of this world's existence. Brother Lei and the others had been guarding this world for more than 10 eras, but they did not know anything. It must be because the timing was not right. Now might be the right time. After all, her inheritor had found this place, and the former's teacher seemed to have mentioned that they would meet her inheritor. This was definitely not a casual remark. Well, it was better to say that this was what he hoped. After all, there were no more clues at the moment. They definitely had to rush over, but there was an inexplicable pressure from the Holy Advent in front of them, and the origin energy from the Holy Advent behind them. Although the place was as empty as hell, there was definitely something ghostly there, and it would attack anyone who broke into that place, regardless of whether they had the origin energy or not. Even Brother Lei and the other Yuan-Shi realm inheritors expressed that they did not want to confront it head-on. That would be fatal. Therefore, how to ensure that the charge did not turn into a charge became the primary problem to be discussed. How about this? If the inexplicable energy in the Holy Advent can't be transmitted, we will launch a big charge. We definitely can't defeat that invisible, ghostly thing. But it's definitely not a problem to withstand 1 or 2 rounds of bombardment. Then we just need to send Maple to his position and then quickly retreat. Everyone shouted in unison, "Good idea!" Then the plan was decided. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks trembled as he listened to the whole process. He did not even have the chance to object before the plan was finalized. He wondered if they were treating him as a minefield tool. Seeing Hui and the others began to discuss how to take turns to charge through this section of the road, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath, then stared at them bitterly. She took another deep breath and ran to the side to draw circles. Sui Feng looked at Yun Nuoxing's indignant face as she squatted and drew circles. After a long while, he finally could not help but laugh dryly. He quickly waved his hand to interrupt the heated discussion. "Well, actually, I have a way to get through safely." Everyone, Sui Qing tilted her head and looked at her brother. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Reliable? It should be reliable, but I've only tried it once. I can't guarantee that the second time will be the same." Sui Feng coughed dryly. Under everyone's gaze, he pondered for a moment before he began to speak. "Actually, that was something that happened many years ago. One night, I sensed a strange energy fluctuation in Lui City. I started to search for it by following the fluctuation, but the energy was very vague. It was as if it was drifting in from somewhere with the wind. I couldn't find it at once, so I had to patrol the entire Lui City. In the end, I came to the statue and confirmed that the strange energy was coming from inside the statue. Out of curiosity, I opened the portal and came here. That day, the Holy Advent was obviously too quiet. Just like now, it's quieter than when we were suppressing part of the energy. So, I went to the Holy Advent in a daze." His sister heard him and glared at him fiercely. "You've got guts, don't you?" Sui Feng smiled bitterly and scratched his head. But that was the truth, and he couldn't refute it. "Because I was very careful, I spent a lot of time on the way. I only managed to reach the Holy Manifestation Ground. When I was about to go to the Holy Manifestation Ground, I felt the pressure spreading from the ground. I hurriedly threw away the thought of taking a look at the Holy Manifestation Ground and ran back. When I returned to this platform, the Holy Manifestation Ground had already recovered to its normal level of energy release." Sui Feng smiled bitterly and scratched his head. After that, he thought for a moment to see if he had missed anything. After a moment, he nodded. "Well, that's it. I didn't dare to say anything because I didn't know if it would affect me. After I found out that nothing happened, I didn't want to say anything. But I didn't dare to go there again. No one would know anyway. If I told my sister, she would definitely beat me up. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My ears. My ears are going to fall off. Everyone shook their heads, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as they watched Sui Feng being pulled by his ears to the side for a lecture. That fellow was also a reckless person when his curiosity got the better of him. Even though the Holy Advent was overflowing with abnormalities, he still dared to go there for a stroll because he did not feel any pressure. He was really lucky that he did not get beaten up by the origin energy that had gone out of control. Sui Qing, forget it. Let him explain himself first. There should be some details that he didn't mention. What time is it? Brother Lei couldn't bear to see her grimacing in pain. What time is it? Brother Lei couldn't bear to see her grimace in pain. Sui Qing frowned at that, but could only sigh softly when she thought of the current situation. She let go of his ears that had turned red. Continue. Sui Feng threw a grateful glance at Brother Lei and continued, About the time. I didn't notice anything special about the time. I just felt that the holy prominence was as quiet as before. That's why I thought about it. However, I didn't feel anything at that time. The strange aura at that time was very strange. It was like the origin energy had been diluted and mixed with the void. The strange aura was very weak. At that time, the entire platform was filled with that aura. There was no time limit. Brother Lei frowned as he looked towards the nebula ruins. Sui Feng shook his head, but became excited after a moment. If you want to talk about it, it was also in the state of the soul world here. It had been quite some time. I remember that not long after I returned, the world returned to its normal state. Then you all came to suppress it. We quickly asked, does the abnormality of the Holy Advent appear at a fixed time? Every time the world starts to switch states, it will. Sui Feng nodded at him. When the two states switch, there will be an abnormality. As for the latter part, I don't know when it will suddenly appear, but it usually has a long period of time, so I've never worried about it. I've never tried to deal with it. It's just that every time it's not fixed, the energy explosion will be very intense, just like fireworks in the starry sky. Fireworks. On the other side, Yun Nuashing stood up when he heard these 3 words. While everyone was stunned by his sudden movement, he quickly walked over. You just said fireworks, right? Sui Feng looked at him nervously. His expression, his ferocious smile. Yes. What's wrong? Can the Holy Advent be lit up like fireworks? Yun Nuashing pointed at the nebula ruins. His ferocious grin took up half of his face, which made everyone's hair stand on end. The moment he opened his mouth, he lit up the Holy Advent like fireworks. Hui smiled bitterly. He knew that this was the image of a nervous man hovering on the edge of bursting with pressure. He quickly opened his mouth to suppress the violent tendencies that were about to overflow. That phone, although we can light up the holy prominence, if we destroy that place, all the things we want to know will also be destroyed. You have to be rational. We are going to dig up history, not destroy the traces of history itself. So what? Yun Nuashing swung his long hair and crossed his arms disapprovingly. When we first arrived, I lit it up like fireworks and it was fine. Although I didn't try my best at that time, don't worry this time. I'll definitely do my best to light it up. Everyone was sweating profusely. Hui quickly pressed his shoulder and said, It's different this time. Look at the other side. They're as silent as a pig in a deep sleep. When you set off the fireworks at the beginning, the other side was prepared, so nothing happened. Now that you've set off Starfall, then there's nothing left. Yun Nuashing thought about it and felt that it made sense. He rolled his eyes and calmed down in a second. He turned and walked away. TSK boring. Brother Lei was sweating profusely as he watched Yun Nuashing return to where he was and squatted down to draw circles. He couldn't help but whisper, Is he usually like this? No, that's not it. Hui shook his head. his face half white and half black. He usually acts without saying anything. Maybe he has already lit up the holy advent like fireworks. Brother Lei and the others were speechless. He was indeed the successor of the god of destruction. His ability to destroy and destroy was engraved in his bones. Ahem. Anyway, where were we? Brother Lei was sweating profusely as he changed the topic. Sui Feng quickly said, "It happened at the end of this period. Oh, by the way, it's about time. The Holy Epiphany is also very peaceful. I think it's about time for us to make a trip there." Hui raised his hand. "We don't know much about your world, but every time you switch to the spiritual world state, it only lasts for a short period of time. Because this is an unexpected situation, we can get some clues from the rules. That's the rule we found after experiencing hundreds of thousands of transitions. Every time the world transitions, a new rule will appear in the conceptual level of the rules. When it disappears, it means that the transition this time is over and the next transition is about to begin. However, there will occasionally be unexpected situations. When the rule burns more than half to two-thirds, there will occasionally be this kind of transition in advance. It's just that the number of times is not many. It may have happened 3 to 5 times in millions of years." Brother Lei waved his hand and explained. Hui was still sweating profusely. "Anyway, it's a very magical world. Have you ever thought about why? The state of this world was obviously not normal. It kept switching between two states, and even the strength of the rules and order kept switching. The beings living here did not seem to be affected. But, well, it did not seem to be affected. After all, they were a group of descendants of the gods and were protected by the origin energy. Even if the environment kept switching between stable and abnormal, it might not affect them much. If it was a normal world, the world's rules could be switched casually. Even if the cycle was stable, the life inside would not be stable. It was simply killing them. Yes, I have thought about it, but I can't figure out what caused this world to become like this." Brother Lei spread his hands and sighed. "The heart of the world is normal. The conceptual layer of the rules is normal. Other than the power of the rules and order being weakened by the impact of the tide that you just mentioned, there is nothing else. Well, although the abnormality itself exists here, and the fact that we can't touch the abnormality is proof that the abnormality is powerful. But after so many years, well, I really didn't find anything wrong except for occasionally switching to the spiritual world and having an out-of-body experience." Hui and Jing Yin could not help but smile bitterly. The abnormality happened so often that they simply treated it as a part of their daily life. But forget it. Let Yun Nuashing find a way to solve it. When it came to the origin of things, they did not quite understand. "So, shall we go over now?" A cold voice rang out from behind, causing everyone to shudder. They turned to see Yun Nuashing standing at the edge of the platform, looking at the sacred Advent site shrouded in the nebula ruins. She turned to look at them. "I think now is a good time. Maybe we can go there without much effort." Sui Feng quickly nodded. Agreed. Time waits for no man. Let's go and have a look. Don't hesitate like I did last time. By the time we get there, we won't have time to do anything else. All right, then I'll go first." As soon as she said that, a colorful light flashed, and the figure disappeared from sight in an instant. Even her aura was far away. She even left an energy mark as a beacon. Everyone was speechless. Isn't that guy a little too efficient? Phone! Why does this guy lose control every time he encounters something related to the origin of things? Hui slapped his face in distress and smiled bitterly, and every time I lose control, the behavior is different. Sometimes I'm in a state of madness. Sometimes I'm in a state of stone. What is this time? This should be restlessness. She suddenly became impatient and irritable. It's probably because of the origin energy. Didn't you always say that the origin energy has become a spirit? The part that remains in the body has the origin mark. It's like something that's hidden in the body, subtly influencing the body. Maybe after coming into contact with the origin energy of this world, it started to become a little restless. All of these together became the impatient appearance of the little brother. Jing Yun shrugged and turned to follow. Anyway, let's go and have a look first. I'm afraid that the little brother will tear the sacred Advent site apart if we're late. Everyone was shocked when she mentioned that. They immediately rushed over without caring about what they had just discussed. The nebula ruins. There was a bit of a mysterious aura in this place. It didn't feel very good. It was like something in the world of order had encountered the energy of the void of chaos and was corroded and turned into a rotten state. In short, it was very mysterious and not suitable for eating. But to say that it was the residual stench of the collision between the power of order and the power of chaos. It didn't seem like it. The residual stench of the collision between the two powers of order was that kind of obvious stench. Just by smelling it, one would know that it was not at the level of not good. It was at the level where even the god of destruction would find it disgusting and avoid touching it. And the aura in the nebula ruins, it was strange. In short, it was strange. It was probably the same level as smelling one's own smelly feet. Well, as long as it was not smelling someone else's. Well, his mind went on a rampage again. But this should not be entirely related to him. As for why he was rushing over in such a hurry, it was not his own fault. That day at the continent of origin, he had more or less dawdled a little. Now he simply went along with the will of the origin energy spirits. A group? It was really a group. Not only 9 types of origin energy had a reaction. There were at least 17 or 18, no, 20 types of origin energy spirits were urging him to go over, rushing through the nebula ruins. Hao-Ran was brought to the Holy Epiphany without having to look for it himself. It was still the same tiny star system and the same planet. Other than the eerie dark green color, it looked like it was going to be haunted at any time. There were no other unusual changes. Oh, no, there were other changes. This planet was filled with the breath of life. Stopping in front of the entire planet, Yun Nua planet overlooked the entire Holy Prominence land. It was just an ordinary-sized planet with life, and there was nothing special about it. Last time he was chased away in a hurry, but this time he had the chance to take a second look at it. Yun Nuashing suddenly narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to go down, Hui and the others rushed over. Phew! Foam! Slow down. We can't be like you, who can charge around here without any scruples. Anyway, all of you are planning to rush over here. It's nothing. Yun Nuashing shrugged and turned to look at Brother Lei and the others. Where is the great God statue? You can see it when you go down. It just so happens that it's right here. Brother Lei pointed downwards, but hesitated for a moment. But this feeling doesn't seem too good. Was it like this when you came here the last time? The last question was directed at Sui Feng. At this time, there were a lot of souls floating above the Holy Prominence. They were all stunned. Sui Feng quickly replied, No. The last time I was here, there was no such abnormal situation. Yun Nuashing also felt strange and tilted his head to ask them, According to what you said, this world's reincarnation cycle has been cut off, and those souls have all disappeared along with their lives, leaving their souls where they were. Was it so tragic when we left the Holy Advent land? The strength of these souls are not ordinary life. Nope. Brother Lei scratched his head, puzzled. There were no twists and turns when we left the Holy Prominence. When we first felt that something was wrong, we started to divide the new place. Then we moved normally. Finally, when we did a head count, no one was missing. How could there be so many souls here? Yun Nuashing also threw a questioning look at the woman. The latter seemed to understand what he meant and shook her head, indicating that she did not know. He felt helpless. Anyway, let's go down and have a look. We'll talk after we find the great God statue. Yun Nuashing subconsciously looked around. Blue sky and white clouds, but there was no one there. Dark green covered the entire sky. That cloud-like, Mist drifted all over the world. Perhaps it was because the holy manifestation land was the center, but the oppressive atmosphere here seemed to be more intense. When they first floated in the starry sky, they could not feel it so clearly. Their vision was less than 100 meters away, and they could not see anything else. It was as if they had bumped into a thick fog or a sandstorm. Is the environment of the holy prominence not good? Siyu's voice suddenly rang. Everyone was speechless. Yun Nuashing laughed awkwardly and quickly pulled Siyu to his side. He reached out and knocked on her head. Then he looked at Sui Feng. A third of the big guy's face was blended in the dark green fog. Only a pair of eyes that were releasing weak energy could be seen. It was weird. The last time you were here, it's different. It was blue sky and white clouds last time. That's right. It was blue sky and white clouds when the world was in the soul state. It was not like this. Sui Feng quickly waved his hand. We can't even sense anything in this situation. Do we have to rely on our eyes to find the way? By the way, can you still recognize the way now? Yun Nuashing sighed. Well, it's not the first time something like this happened. Brother Lei scratched his head. Although I want to say that we can find the way with our eyes closed. It's probably in this direction. Probably. Sui Feng suddenly asked, reliable. Brother Lei smiled bitterly. Not really, but I remember it should be this way. When I came down, I deliberately aimed in this direction. Sui Feng looked at him and suddenly sighed deeply. She shook her head. I'll do it. Let's go. Everyone laughed awkwardly and scratched their heads. They quickly followed behind the cloaked woman and moved forward in the thick fog. However, not long after, Feng Qinghuang whispered, It seems like someone— a soul is coming towards us. I can feel the presence of life. We will see it soon. It can't be that they saw us when we came down, right? Sui Feng murmured, Sis, hurry up and see what we should do now. Hi, let's see. We quickly walked forward. The divine energy on his body surged, hiding the group of people under the energy. Then, a few blurry block-shaped shadows emerged from the thick fog. When they got closer, they could see that they were human figures. The soul aura on their bodies was completely exposed. Ordinary. They looked like ordinary people. But according to Brother Lei, those who lived in the sacred land were the first ones to be thrown in. There was no such thing as ordinary. Therefore, when a few seemingly harmless souls appeared in front of them, they were even more shocked. They couldn't figure out the reason behind it. While they were in a daze, Yun Nuashing moved to Jing Yun's side, nudged him with his elbow, and placed something in his palm. Help me decipher this. It seems to be the first divine language. Jing Yun lowered her head and looked at the palm of her hand. She muttered to herself for a moment, then said with some hesitation, This seems to be a rune made using the earliest divine language. It's not complete. There aren't many people in our era who can use this kind of thing. Little brother, where did you get it? I saw it by accident. Can you try to interpret it and see what effect it has? Yun Nuashing looked up at the sky that was blocked by the fog. The middle doesn't look like the middle, and the edge doesn't look like the edge. I think I can see the effect of a seal. There is also the mark of time. Other than that, I don't think there is anything else. If it is more complete, I should be able to see it more clearly. Jing Yun scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Yun Nuashing shrugged. I'll try to look for it. Chapter 1719. The dense fog drifted in the entire space, as if it had divided vision and cognition into two parts. One part was the dark green in the air, and the other part was the dim yellow on the ground. The dark green that covered the sky and the sun had divided the sky and the earth into two things that could no longer be touched. It swallowed the light of the sun, the moon, and the stars and covered everything with a layer of gauze. Even if they could see it, they could only see vague shapes. As a group of non-human things that were out of the norm, they could only extend their vision and senses to less than 100 meters. God knew what method the souls that remained here were using to find their way in the thick fog. As the blurry figures came closer, they gradually became clearer in the dark green fog. Yun Nuashing came forward to take a look, and then shook her head at the others. Ordinary souls. They do not have the energy of origin. Brother Lei and the others were even more confused when they heard the confirmation. In this world, they had never seen any souls that did not have the energy of origin. In this large world that was completely covered by the energy of origin and the laws of origin, a group of beings that did not have these two types of aura appeared. What did that mean? Well, he did not know what that meant. Logically speaking, they should not exist. The dimension that was created by the heavenly God of origin had the energy of origin in its laws. In other words, the energy of origin was the main energy of this world, accounting for more than 90% of the energy composition of the entire world. The laws of this world were also the framework of the laws of origin. Under such circumstances, even if the life was just an ordinary person, it would sooner or later be influenced by the energy of origin in the laws of heaven and earth and be tainted with this aura. Going against the laws of the world, they were not the life of origin or anything. They don't look any different from the people in our own territory. Their clothes are familiar and they still have the same style. Sui Feng whispered. By now, they could clearly see the appearance of the group of people who were only a dozen or so meters away from them. He curiously looked at the people who were about to pass by. The more I look at them, the more I feel that there is nothing different, except that they do not have the energy of origin on them. Yun Nuashing tilted her head to look at him, and then at the people who were still approaching. They were 5 young people, 2 men and 3 women. Since they were in soul form, and probably due to the influence of the dark green fog, they looked light, and their bodies were more transparent. Unlike the group of people who could see behind their hands, their forms were more solid. Their clothes, therefore, looked light, but it was not much different from the clothes of the people in Lui City. They were all in the style of the divine realm of the mythological era. Jing Yin also wore similar clothes, and there were a lot of them in Lui City, so it was quite easy to recognize them. As for their appearance, well, there was not much to say. There was nothing strange about them. Their bodies were the same as well. Just the form of an ordinary person. They appeared here like normal and were having a normal conversation. They talked about the weather, the market next door, and the thick fog. However, they didn't seem to be affected at all as they walked in the dark green fog. They didn't seem to know that there were more than a dozen people hiding here and spying on them. Wait a minute, what's the market next door? Sui Feng was startled. He suddenly realized that something unusual had been mixed into the conversation. The market next door is the market next door. Why? Do you want to see if there is a discount, or if you buy more and get more free? Do you want to get 2 tons of local specialties to bring back? Yun Nuashing casually replied and waved her hand to follow Sui Feng. The others quickly followed behind. Sui Feng smiled bitterly and scratched his head. I just feel that a market in this place is a little weird. Look at this place. It doesn't look like a normal place. It doesn't look like a normal place of life. Life born from abnormal rules and environment naturally has to find a place for themselves to live in abnormality. Although their appearance is not what you and we expected, the Holy Eminence clearly has a lot of breath of life, and the souls of Lui City would also live a normal life here. How could the souls here suddenly be special? They are people with families, jobs, old and young. They eat, drink, and go to the toilet at irregular times and have to talk about daily necessities and squeeze out money from their daily meals to buy a barely passable house. This is their normal, but it is far from what we know, so it is abnormal. In their eyes, we are the abnormal. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and said flatly, "If you want to listen to the lecture, I will nag you about the life and death of the billions of races in the void." Sui Feng was stunned by her words. After a long while, he waved his hand awkwardly and said, No need. I am just a little. Well, I am bound by my cognition. It's my fault." When his sister heard this, She suddenly sighed and said earnestly, Lu Yeqing is still alive. Maybe it's because he's lucky. Sui Feng laughed dryly. They followed the small group of people in front of them and walked around in the fog. The 5 of them seemed to know the way and were not affected by the fog at all. It was estimated that walking in the fog had already become an instinct. Yun Nuoxing and the others had been following behind them. Firstly, they wanted to see where they were going, and at the same time, see what kind of situation Shang Xiandi's soul was in. Secondly, they couldn't recognize the way. If it wasn't for someone passing by who could give them a ride, they might have been lost in the dark green fog for half a year. Judging from the size of the 5 people's backpacks and their conversation, they should have just arrived from the neighboring city or town. The journey would only take about half a day to a day and a half. For ordinary people, this amount of equipment was more than enough to cover the journey, unless they took their time and stopped. Well, that's not right. The backpack was obviously not an ordinary backpack. There seemed to be the power of space flowing inside it. Perhaps the space inside the backpack was bigger than expected. As for what they were going to do, Zhang Heng was not very clear from the content of their conversation. He only heard that they had prepared something special. Other than that, there was no other information for the time being. They were still talking about ordinary topics, but the topic suddenly changed after a while. By the way, isn't the mist for the past 2 days a little too exaggerated? We have been walking this path for a long time. If we don't pay attention, we won't be able to find the familiar places. It's hard to get lost in this place. The lanky young man at the front suddenly changed the topic. I don't know if the mist will affect the time. Well, I hope we won't miss the time because of some weird reason. The young man behind him immediately responded, Don't worry, there's no need to rush. There's still a lot of time. Moreover, the preparations of the people above are definitely beyond our imagination. Maybe they'll already be ready when we get there. They're just waiting for a good opportunity. Timing. Speaking of this, the tall and thin youth suddenly let out a long sigh. Can something like timing really be chosen? I feel that all of this is just up to fate. A long period of time will pass by just like that. After all, it's inconvenient for a soul body. There are many things that can't be done. I'm just worried that the things that are left behind will be used up, and we will have to remain in this state of a lonely soul. The other young man smiled bitterly. He looked at the 3 girls and sighed. That can't be helped. If it really comes to that, it's still too early to talk about it. We still have a lot of chances. The successor will definitely solve the problem. Let's hurry over. Speaking of which, we're heading in the right direction, right? The mist is really a lot thicker. The lanky young man pulled himself together and laughed. There might be some deviation, but the general direction is definitely correct. As long as we can reach Long Moon City, there will be a guiding light. Then there will be no problem. Yun Nuoxing and the others followed behind and heard their sudden change of topic clearly. Then they were all stunned. The 5 of them turned their heads in a daze and looked at Brother Lei and the others, who were also stunned and had stiff faces. Then they looked at the 5 people who were about to disappear into the dark green fog because they were stunned for a moment and did not catch up. They hurriedly ran 2 steps to catch up. Hui then said, Other than you, are there any other inheritors here? Sui Feng laughed dryly. Why do I remember that there are only 10 of us? Sis, your memory is better. Look, 10. Sui Qing nodded slightly and then looked at Brother Lei. The latter smiled bitterly. I also remember that there are only 10 of us. Could it be that Teacher and Her Eminence have arranged for some people we don't know to be here? That's impossible, right? But isn't this completely unnecessary? This. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at the others. She moved closer and waved her hand. Let's wait and see. The primordial god would not do anything meaningless. Perhaps he thinks that it is necessary. For example, in this world, you are the first plan. The other people we have never met before are the second plan. Everyone smiled bitterly. What kind of plan was the second plan? Feng Qing Huang thought for a moment and poked Yun Nuoxing. Little star, why don't we just make contact? Yun Nuoxing was startled. He looked at the 5 people who had quickened their pace and were almost jogging. Then he looked at the group of people on his side. After thinking for a while, he nodded hesitantly. That's possible. Hui, you guys continue to hide. I'll go over with the girl and have a look. He was about to rush out when Hui quickly waved his hand. Hey, disguise yourself a little. It's 2. Don't worry. With the cognitive blur, the others won't care too much. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand in response and left with Feng Qing Huang and Siyu. Hui and Jing Yun smiled bitterly. The latter couldn't help but ask, Little brother, is it okay to make contact with them? Won't they fight if they can't reach an agreement? Hui Gang smiled bitterly when he heard this. Instead, he revealed a thoughtful expression. After a moment of silence, he suddenly nodded his head. Actually, it's not a problem to fight. At most, we'll just have 5 more goods. After that, we can get some information from them. Everyone. He was the kind of person who could fight but not talk. Sui Feng looked at the 5 people in the distance and sighed. Suddenly, he couldn't help praying for them in his heart. I hope they are good-tempered. Yun Nuoxing took the 2 girls and ran in the direction of the 5 people. She then dealt with the cognitive blur. As for the clothes, forget it. The cognitive blur was enough. Even if the clothes didn't look like human beings, they would be treated as human beings in front of a powerful cognitive blur. Although the cognitive blur wouldn't be so powerful, that was what it meant. After waiting for the 3 of them to toss around for a while, Yun Nuoxing found a backpack for himself and casually stuffed some things into it to make it bulge. Then he covered it with a concealment formation. Everything was ready. At this moment, the aura of the 5 people behind him approached unexpectedly. Not long after, the figures of the other party quickly appeared in the thick fog. Yun Nuoxing's body had a faint fluorescent light that flickered with the light of divinity. Even in the area covered by the dark green fog, it was very obvious. The other party almost saw a ball of light appear in the fog as soon as they ran over. It looked like a large group of fireflies had gathered together. Very obviously, the 5 of them were stunned. Obviously, they had never encountered such a situation before. Ah, the people in front, are they wanderers with us? The thin and tall youth suddenly waved his hand to stop them. Then he shouted towards the thick fog. He was a little nervous. The cluster of light in the fog suddenly moved after he shouted. It gradually brightened and seemed to be approaching them. Then a voice quickly sounded. Hua, we finally met people. Thank the heavens. We got lost before we reached Long Moon City. The cluster of faint glow gradually became weaker as it got closer. It seemed that as long as it was within sight, the cluster of light would dim. Then 3 people barged into their line of sight. They looked a little excited. The white-clothed girl looked so excited that she was about to jump up. Actually, it's not easy to meet people in the Long Moon Wilderness. You guys got lost here? The thin and tall youth saw that they were indeed people. He was no longer nervous and nodded his head to greet them. Ah, I didn't expect this to happen. Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms and looked worried. Her face turned dark. The fog suddenly became thicker. I couldn't see anything more than 10 meters away. Aha, I was really unprepared. We came from a very far place. Feng Qing Huang also started to talk nonsense. Anyway, they were just a group of people who met by chance. Few people would ask a stranger the first time they met. As long as she didn't reveal any serious flaws, it would be fine. We were going to Long Moon City with those. Then, on the way, we suddenly got lost. Well, they came prepared. They were all eavesdropping just now. Oh, I know. You were also sent to transport goods. I understand. The lanky youth looked at the 3 of them, then looked at the backpack on Yun Nuoxing's back. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. Then he pointed in a direction and said, If it's Long Moon City, it's probably in that direction. If you don't have a pathfinding talent, it'll be difficult to deal with such a thick fog. There is. Siyu suddenly jumped in excitement. Then she sighed and shook her head. Originally there was an accident before we went out. We were afraid that we wouldn't have enough time, so we had to come out first. Unexpectedly, it might not be suitable for us to go on a long journey this year. Yun Nuoxing and Feng Qinghuang also sighed. They looked up at the sky with a worried expression. That's really bad luck. The thin and tall youth couldn't help but sigh. Then he laughed and said, since we are all going to Long Moon City, why don't you follow us first? Getting lost in the wilderness of Long Moon City is indeed a very uncomfortable thing. Moreover, as you said, it's not good to wait for too long. Yun Nuoxing and the other two quickly nodded and clapped their hands in their souls to show that they were happy to cooperate. Although the situation now looked like the streets were full of wandering souls, and it was quite creepy, this kind of friendly feeling of being able to chat and laugh for a while on the road diluted the scary atmosphere. After all, they were wandering souls now. How could ghosts be scared to death when ghosts meet ghosts? Hui and the others watched the three of them smoothly blend into the group of 5 from behind. They rolled their eyes, especially that luggage. It was really awkward. Hui couldn't help but say, "Oh my God, Feng already knows how to socialize. Oh my God, really, oh my God. There must be something wrong with him. He must have changed into a different person. There is definitely something wrong with this guy. He will definitely set off fireworks in the next second." Jing Yin smiled bitterly. No matter what, he is an old guy who has lived for so many years. Even if he doesn't like to talk to people, some of his passive skills must be maxed out. Ugh. Although this little brother is also a unique weirdo in the army among the many people I know, he can be picked out from the void and become a class of his own. After the two groups of people greeted each other, they began to chat. The two women at the back didn't like to talk much, but their small movements and emotions showed that they were listening to the conversation. The young man at the back would occasionally reply with a sentence or two. Only the skinny and tall young man kept on chatting. He talked about the Long Moon Wilderness, Long Moon City, and the time that was about to arrive. Yes, time. On the way, he had mentioned the upcoming time several times. He had mentioned it many times, which made Yun Nuoxing and the others pay special attention and are especially curious. However, they could not find a suitable time to ask. They had preconceived notions that they were here to deliver goods, and this delivery had something to do with this damn time. It was obvious that they could not directly ask questions. They could only carefully contact them from the side, so as not to be treated as some unknown, suspicious person. Time, it's almost that time again. Ugh, this is bad. How many days have we been out? Siyu suddenly grabbed Yun Nuoxing's arm and waved nervously a few times. Little star, what time is it now? You ask me, we also got lost in the thick fog for so long, just by feeling the time. I don't know how many days have passed. Yun Nuoxing cooperated and said. Then, she quickly looked at the thin and tall youth. Do you still remember how much time is left? I have to calculate this. From the time we set out, it took us 3 days to cross the distant cliff. It took us about 2 or 3 days to cross the wind-seeing shoal. Excluding those at the back, if I count them one by one, there should be... The youth at the back saw that he might not be able to calculate it, so he calmly added, There's still about 3 days left. Ah, yes, but we can reach the Long Moon City today. Haha, there is still time. Siyu heard that and heaved a sigh of relief. I hope the legatee doesn't panic because of this little bit of waiting. The rest of the conversation was basically left to Siyu and the two youths to talk back and forth. Yun Nuoxing and Feng Qinghuang also spoke a few words from time to time. So far, everything was peaceful. The two of them turned their heads to observe the wilderness. The dark green fog shrouded the entire sacred prominence. Even if there was a breeze in the wilderness, it was difficult to blow away the thick fog that seemed to be condensed in the air. They did not know what time it was at this time. They could not feel the sun. But according to Qinghuang's intuition of time, It might be the afternoon. She even used her eyes to point out the place where the sun might be. But the sun at this time, even if we can see it, it might be dark green. That little bit of sunlight would probably only make this place look more dark and eerie. Feng Qinghuang shrugged and said in the soul. Yun Nuoxing nodded in agreement. For some unknown reason, this world had fallen into the dark green curtain. It had become extremely strange and unusual. The focus of this world was not on the word world, but the word soul. If one had to describe it, it would be the word ghost realm that people use to scare children. It could also be called the underworld. It was just that, although the underworld was a little dark, it was not as dark as this place. The underworld's color was dark, but there was still some light. Here, the day was as dark as the night. It was really a place where one would encounter ghosts. Anyway, in this gloomy environment where one would not be able to see anyone if they walked a little further, it was not only boring, but also irritating. The lanky young man also thought so. He had been chatting to ease the boredom. After all, there was only thick fog in this place. There was no setting on the ground. Even if there was, they could not see anything. It was as if the whole world had been shrunk to 10 feet around them. Beyond this range, they would be in an unknown territory. Even if they were moving forward, they could not tell whether they were moving forward or backward. Even if they could see 100 meters away, it was still the same. The only thing they could see clearly was the stones on the ground under their feet. There was no repetition of the stones on the ground. The thick fog disappeared in front of them and reappeared behind them at the same time. It was boring and boring. If we don't have the gift of finding our way, we will also get lost here. Do you believe me? Yun Nuoxing said in the soul. Hui and Jing Yun nodded in agreement. If their extraordinary perception, detection, and vision were all reduced to their original state, they could only rely on the intuition of the origin and the heavenly God of the beginning to find their way. Who would have thought that there would be a requirement for the skill of finding their way? It seems that we are almost there. Look, is that a light source? The lanky young man suddenly interrupted the conversation with "See you," and quickly raised his hand to point into the distance. Yun Nuoxing and the others also raised their heads and looked over. In the dark green fog, a faint golden light spot appeared, vaguely illuminating the surrounding fog a little. Looking at it, it was like the dimmest star in the night sky, difficult to discover. Chapter 1720. The light source hidden in the thick fog was like a starlight seen through a gap in the dark clouds at night. It was not eye-catching, nor was it bright, but it was the most important light in the wilderness, shrouded in thick fog. It turned into a guiding starlight and descended. Yun Nuoxing looked towards that direction. She could vaguely see that it was a clear distance from the ground. It was blurry and yellow, and considering that it was the god of origin, had something to do with origins and had that hue, it should be some sort of golden, luminous object. It was just that she could not see it clearly through the fog. We're finally here. The youth clapped his hands happily, took a deep breath, and coughed violently. Ahem, this fog is really unfriendly. It blinds the eyes and irritates the lungs. Still, there's still a short way to go. We still have to be alert. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He thought for a long time before he reacted. This probably meant that the dark green fog could directly affect these souls, and not just exist here to block their vision. The lanky youth also showed an excited expression and waved his hand. Let's go. Keep it up. We're almost there. As they approached, Yun Nuoxing turned to look at where Hui and the others were, and at the spark in the mist. Seems like there's the presence of origin energy, but it's not the one we sensed the other day. I'm not reacting yet, but what about you guys? Yun Nuoxing asked. Do you have any familiar feeling? The latter part of his words was directed at Sui Feng and the others. His origin energy had yet to react to the presence of its own kind, which left him a little puzzled. In the past, the origin energy would fly and burst into a burst of light to show their existence whenever they encountered another of the same kind. But now, They were already within sight of the fog, and yet there was no movement, which made him wonder if he had seen wrongly. It's definitely origin energy, but I don't recall seeing it. Brother Lay frowned and shook his head. It could be a diluted origin energy. Some god must have modified it to make it easier for the legatees to accept it. That's why I've never seen it, even if it's the same origin energy. The legatees would have more or less met each other once or twice, and they would also have some trivial conversations. As for my impression, well, I don't have any memory of this origin energy either, Sui Feng said. The wisp of star fire gradually approached in the thick fog, and its position gradually rose by a lot. The aura of the origin energy became more obvious. Yunhua and the others could also feel that as they gradually approached the place where the wisp of star fire was, their vision and senses were gradually recovering. Perhaps when they really got close, they would be able to return to normal. However, before they really got close to that wisp of star fire, they saw another ball of fire reflected in the thick fog, causing everyone to be slightly startled. The lanky youth and the others seemed to have already gotten used to it. They directly changed their direction and walked towards the new ball of fire. As they jogged, they said, "Let's go, we've arrived at the teleportation point. We'll be able to reach Long Moon City soon." The new ball of fire became very clear in 2 minutes. Even the things around the fire were illuminated very clearly. It was a stone tower-like building, only a little more than 10 meters tall. It had 2 parts. One was a circular base with a radius of 3 to 4 meters, and the other was 2 floating rings. The tower floated above the rings. Its body was like an awl, and the lower part was like a funnel. The top part was big at the top and small at the bottom, and the top part was, well, it was just an ordinary tower top. There was a faint orange-red light hanging on the top of the tower, like a small sun releasing warm sunlight. It was the light that pierced through the fog and released a weak origin energy, but it was very weak. As for the surroundings of the lighthouse, there were some other things. A building that looked like a relay station. Other than that, well, there was nothing else. When they got close, the relay station suddenly opened from the inside. An old man with white hair and beard walked out from the door. He looked hale and hearty. Just from the sound of the door opening and walking out, he probably wouldn't have a problem practicing a set of martial arts here. The old man, who seemed to be the guard of the relay station, was a little surprised when he saw the 8 of them coming to the lighthouse. Oh, you're here to deliver, right? Recently, more and more people have been coming to Long Moon City. It's almost time. You guys are considered to be quite late. 2 days ago, there were a lot of people queuing up here. The skinny and tall young man grinned and asked unhurriedly, "Old man, how is Long Moon City?" The arrangement, this time. What else can it be? It's the same as usual. The old man moved his shoulders with his hands behind his back. But this time, I heard that the inheritor has made a new move. I did some calculations. This time the number of people delivering goods is 10 to 20% more than the last time. Sai, maybe it's because there's not much time left, so he wants to try a new method, or directly increase the strength of the equipment or something. The white-haired old man turned around to look at the spark in the thick fog. Suddenly he let out a long sigh. Last time. Phew! All those years of hard work ended in vain. Will there be any miracle this time? I don't even know if the other side can hear me. We can only do it. As for the rest, we can only leave it to fate. The lanky youth also sighed. After chatting for a while, a group of people gathered at the base of the lighthouse. Seeing that the lighthouse was about to be transmitted, Hui and the others, who were just watching outside, hurried over and stood at the back of the base. The lanky young man poked the body of the lighthouse a few times. From the point where he touched, energy ripples suddenly spread out. Then, strands of energy runes appeared out of thin air and were branded on the lighthouse and in the air. A burst of energy surged, and a dim yellow light shrouded the group of people. After a burst of spatial energy surging, there was a feeling of forced movement in their souls. Their eyes were slightly dizzy for a moment. When they opened their eyes again, they had already arrived at a spacious square. Huff! Thank the heavens we finally arrived at this time. The lanky youth patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Then, with his back facing them, he bowed lightly with his hands clasped together as if he was praying. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at the empty space in front of them. Then they turned around and were startled. The object of the lanky youth's prayers was a huge statue, probably as high as 10,000 feet. And the place where they were transported to was directly under the statue. The overflowing source of energy came from the statue, and it looked very oppressive. The great god statue? Yun Nuashing said, subconsciously, "It's not the great god statue." Brother Lei shook his head, quickly. They had been taking care of the great god statue in the Holy Land for a long time. They could tell at a glance whether the thing in front of them was the great god statue or not. Yun Nuashing did not doubt him, but it was a little strange. The statue that was emitting the source of energy should also be the heavenly god of origin. The concentration of the source energy and the laws of origin were thicker than that of the great god statue in Lui City. They could not see the statue's face clearly. Its left hand was hanging naturally, and the right hand was flat on its chest. There was something like a small sun in the palm of its right hand, releasing an extremely sacred golden light. The dim yellow light they saw in the thick fog should be the light of the small sun. Compared to the statue itself, the source energy released by the small sun was more majestic, but it seemed to be very diluted, and it did not affect the entire city. Ah, this light, ah, this energy, ah, this. I haven't felt such pure source energy for a long time. It reminds me of the past. Suifeng covered his head with an intoxicated look. Hearing his nagging, Brother Lei and the others could not help but let out a long sigh. They sighed, lamenting the time they had lost. Let's spread out and explore Long Moon City. I always feel that many things here are beyond my imagination. Let's talk through our souls. Brother Lei waved his hand and nodded to Yun Nuashing. Then, the group of people trembled and rushed in all directions of Long Moon City. Yun Nuashing's gaze followed the direction where they went and looked around. The square where the statue and the worship statue were located was on a hill about 100 meters higher than Long Moon City. However, unlike the spiraling high platform in Lui City, the hill in this square rose steeply from the ground. The whole square was in Long Moon City. She didn't know which direction it was, but in short, it was close to one direction. There were a total of 3 steps in the middle and on both sides of the mountain. The steps converged into one on a relatively large platform halfway up the mountain, and finally went straight to the square at the top of the mountain. It looked like a pilgrimage, but it's strange. After praying, the lanky young man scratched his head in confusion. In the past, when we were teleported, we would go to the city center below. That was also the default situation. Although the great god statue here is also a teleportation point, it is rare for us to be teleported directly here. Is there an accident? Was it an accident that there were suddenly more than a dozen people? Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and quickly waved his hand. Maybe it's because of the thick fog. God knows if that strange fog will have any effect. The lanky young man understood at once. Then he gathered with the other 4 people who had finished praying and waved goodbye to them. Then we'll go first. I have to hurry up and send the things to our side. You guys better hurry up too. Well, we'll go after looking around for a while. You guys go ahead. Yun Nuashing smiled and waved goodbye to the other party. It was a rare experience to be brought along. The lanky young man gave them a good impression, especially when they more or less learned some things from him. After parting ways with this group of people who had temporarily joined them, Yun Nuashing and the others continued to stand here and look up at the great god statue of origin. Hui and Jing Yin also came out of their invisibility and looked at it together. There was a moment of silence. What's the situation now? Hui could not hold back his silence and directly asked, You're asking me? I don't know. other than being sure that this statue is definitely related to the god of origin. I'm confused about everything else. Yun Nuashing replied without tilting his head. We don't know what's going on with this abrupt soul world. We don't know who this statue belongs to, and we don't know its relationship with the great god statue. We also don't know what's going on in Long Moon City right now, what the Deliver Man is delivering, and what the other inheritors are doing here. Jing Yun touched her face and turned to look behind her. There was no one in the empty square at this moment. Long Moon City was full of vitality, and the flow of life aura was converging in another place. Perhaps the matter had unfolded there, and that matter might have nothing to do with the god of origin. Otherwise, it would have been held in the place where this statue was. Ah, it's time to start guessing again. Hui crouched down with his hands behind his head and could not help but grumble. Can't you do something normal? It's so boring to keep guessing every day. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and then sighed. Do you think this is the front line of the void? It's not boring there. There's fighting every day, billions of sparks flickering, explosions everywhere, and there's not even time for you to think about boring things. It's about the god of origins, junk, the origins junk. I've already said it's junk, and you still want to have fun? You're only half a participant, and I'm a participant within a participant. Moreover, I'm a participant within 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 a participants group. Hui and Jing Yun smiled bitterly. This void number one inheritor of the inheritance of origin, right? Everything related to the origin would more or less have something to do with him. We're not out for fun. Well, not exactly for fun, although we more or less had the mentality of having fun in the beginning. Yin Nuashing shrugged and sighed. Jing Yuanji and the others were fighting in the front line, and they were also doing their best to stir up trouble on other battlefields. Both sides were not having an easy time and could only say so. Don't look at how calm and peaceful they were right now. When something happens, Yun Nuashing snapped his fingers. Actually, I have a way to solve all these complicated matters as quickly as possible. Hui and Jing Yun both came to their senses. They looked away from the statue of origin and looked at him. Hurry up and say it. Yun Nuashing glanced at the two of them and said faintly, We're outsiders. Outsiders can see things clearly, but because we're outside the game, we can only see everything on the surface. After all, the deeper matters require the participants to know what everything is, what has happened, and what changes have occurred because of it, especially when it comes to the origin, which can easily span more than a dozen eras, millions of trillions of years. If you really tell me that the onlooker sees things more clearly than the participant, I'll hammer you to the Western paradise with a hammer. You're on the outside looking at the history of more than a dozen eras pasted on your face like a waterfall, and you're telling me that you can see things clearly? We poked him on the back. Speak human language. Yun Nuashing bared his teeth at him. After a moment, he coughed dryly. I'll just send a signal here to lure that damned inheritor over. If you send a signal, I'm afraid you'll turn Long Moon City into Half Moon City. Hui shook his head vigorously. No. Let's change it. Let's change it. Yun Nuashing frowned and crossed his arms. It'll be more troublesome if we change it. We'll just rush over. Yes. Aim at the person who's busy setting up the venue. Find the person in charge and charge at him. That must be the inheritor. You. We didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's straight up. If we're not careful, we'll be treated as an uninvited guest who's here to cause trouble. How are we going to talk about the rest? Violent negotiations can work. Yun Nuashing gave him a thumbs up with a calm face. Then he rolled his eyes at him. Anyway, in Louis City just now, we still rushed over in one go. Hui pinched his face and thought about it seriously. It seemed to be the case. Looking at Maple's eager expression, TSK, it was better for him to make a decision quickly, lest this guy's hand trembled and sent a signal in Long Moon City. If that happened, they would have to clean up the mess for others. Then let's rush over. Where's the noise in this place? Hui hurriedly spoke before Maple could make a move. Then he rushed towards the edge of the square and overlooked the entire city from the highest point. His recovered senses covered the entire Long Moon City in an instant. He found the most lively and noisy place at the moment and rushed over without hesitation. Looking at his anxious look, Yun Nuashing shrugged and dissipated the energy gathered in his body. TSK, I can't even set off fireworks after a period of time. Jingyan and Si, you were both speechless. This guy was really going to set off fireworks. They could feel the dissipation of the energy. Jing Yun followed behind the two and swooped down to the most noisy place in Long Moon City. Just as she was about to land, she suddenly called out to the two people in front of her, "Hey, little brother, Hui Jun, look at that palace." The few of them looked at the place where he pointed. At the side of the very noisy square, there was a big palace about 100 feet high. On the top of the palace, there was a huge word, "Conference Hall," written in God's generation characters in midair. It was very obvious. Yun Nuashing suddenly understood. You want to change the place? In theory, the possibility of the person in charge of the home ground being there is higher. Jing Yun shrugged. As he spoke, he tilted his head and looked at the very noisy square below. There were ordinary people outside the square who seemed to be helping to transport something. There were also people who were busy building something in the square. It seemed that they were not ordinary people who were creating something. And don't you think that rushing to the square below will cause too much panic? At this moment, they were still invisible. Yun Nuashing and the others walked around the big palace a few times. In the end, they found that they couldn't see the situation inside the palace from the outside. Hui wanted to walk around the palace twice. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and pulled him to the entrance of the conference hall. Then she walked in from the main entrance while invisible. It was interesting that the entrance of the conference hall was not closed. The big palace was actually divided into several areas. Yun Nuashing looked around and led the others to the place with the strongest breath of life. Hey, little star, I feel a familiar breath of life. Feng Qing Huang suddenly pulled Yun Nuashing and pointed to the front. It was the place where they were about to go. They were startled. They quickened their pace and went through the closed door. What entered his eyes was a brightly lit hall. There was an obviously elongated table in the hall, and a vague figure was engraved on the wall in front of him. Looking at the outline, it was 90% similar to the statue in Long Moon City. There was also a ball of light in the palm of the statue. It wasn't too dazzling, but the posture was different. The statue's hands were placed up and down, and the ball of light was jumping between the two hands, a weak source of origin energy sprinkled throughout the entire hall. The door of the hall was sealed by a force. It took them a little effort to pass through. When Yun Nuashing and the others went in, they found that there were two people standing in the hall. One was a young man in a standard black robe, but his hair was white. Although he was a soul, his body was solid like theirs. At this moment, he was standing behind the table under the relief. His hands were pressed on the table. He looked embarrassed and excited. Inheritor. We glanced at him and said, subconsciously, without saying a word, Yun Nuashing strengthened the effect of the formation and wrapped himself tightly. This action made Hui and the others understand that they had encountered an inheritor. If it was not the origin energy that trembled, it would be the origin relic that trembled. If they did not quickly strengthen the shield, they might be discovered. The white-haired young man suddenly looked in the direction of the door and frowned slightly. After he found that nothing was wrong, he looked at the person across the table. Standing in front of the white-haired inheritor was a tall young man. The clothes, the appearance, the side of his face. Damn it, wasn't he the young man in the 5-man team who had just parted ways with them? The one who had been talking to the skinny and tall young man. Damn, how could they do something like meeting a god? Hui poked Feng's arm hard. Is this guy an inheritor too? Let's take a look. No, it can't be. I've been using the cognitive blur on the way here. I didn't shield myself. If he's an inheritor, he would have seen the abnormality on me, and I can feel the abnormality on him too. At first, their attention was on the lanky young man who led the way, and they did not take a closer look at the person standing behind him. Now, they finally had the time to take a closer look. The person was wearing the same uniform as the white-haired inheritor, but it was a light green robe. He had short black hair and a translucent body. Other than the uniform of the robe, there was nothing different about him. At this moment, the two of them were clearly quarreling to the point where their necks were flushed red. The white-haired inheritor gritted his teeth, and a faint amount of origin energy emanated from his body. The green-robed youth, standing in front of him, however, refused to back down and glared at him. It was obvious that they were getting into a fight, completely unaware that there were 5 onlookers standing by the side, watching them. The white-haired inheritor seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly relaxed. He took a step back and clenched his fist on the table. In short, I will never agree with your idea. Even if you are willing, I will not let you out until the last moment. We still have a lot of time. We still have 7 or 8 chances. There will be a response from the other side. There's no need to. We have been waiting for a few eras. The green-robed young man said softly, "This is an opportunity to kill the life of this world. We can't just let the conditions of this world go to waste. We need to go there ourselves. Before the grand vision is established, no one can see us even if we go there directly." The white-haired inheritor said in distress, "We have already tried it once. It was not the right time. Maybe it was not the time set by the origin, heavenly God at that time. Then, how do you know that it is the right time this time? Intuition." The green-robed young man stared at him and took a deep breath. Based on the strange phenomenon a few days ago and the strange phenomenon this time, the world may be changing. We need to make a decision as soon as possible. If we can't go to one territory, then we will go to all 9. One of them will be able to hear us. The white-haired inheritor slammed his hand on the table. You are gambling with your life. You are gambling with the void? Anyway, we have already done it once, haven't we? The green-robed young man shrugged and laughed freely. Yun Nuashing and the other 4 were dumbfounded. Chapter 17:21. The void was quite nonsensical. It talked about probability, possibility, and everything else. The only thing was that it was unreasonable and illogical. The void was used to being free and did whatever it wanted. Anyway, there was no special person who could restrain it and let it do whatever it wanted. Everything in the world would happen randomly, just like what was happening now. Originally, they just wanted to end the battle quickly and rushed to the conference hall to find the inheritor to talk about something. In the end, they found the inheritor, but also an inheritor who did not look like an inheritor. Listening to their conversation, they started with the topic of "You are gambling with the void." It was really quite exciting. The void said, "I'm good at playing with probability. Do whatever you want. I lose if you follow your heart." Although they did not know what the green-robed young man bet with the void, it should not be a good ending. At this moment, he looked like an inheritor, but also not an inheritor. It was probably the after effect of the gamble, something like that. And the topic they were talking about seemed to be quite high energy, waiting for several eras, killing the life of this world, going to the 9 territories, and so on. These things felt a little high energy when put together. Brother Lei and the others did not know that there was such a strange world in Shangxian. But the people in this world seemed to know about the existence of the 9 territories on their side. When they mentioned the sound, it felt weird, but it seemed that everything sounded very simple. Amazing. This is the beginning of some trouble. We couldn't help but mutter, "Can't we just encounter some normal things? This, what is this? I can see you and you can't see me, but I'm trying my best to find you and let you see me. Are we playing hide and seek here?" Yun Nuashing kept staring at the green-robed young man. After a while, she said, "I seem to have found some clues with the observer's eye and the power of origin. He should have been an inheritor. He used to have the power of origin and was directly guided by the heavenly god of origin. But the remaining energy in his body, this energy wave, it seems that he has abolished the power of origin." Abolished? Hui and the others were stunned and almost jumped up. "What do you mean by abolished?" Inheritor. The power of origin and the laws of origin are directly inherited and received from the heavenly god of origin. The whole process of familiarizing oneself with the power of origin is the inheritance stage. Unless one becomes a part of the heavenly god of origin, the whole inheritance process will not end. And an inheritance process that does not end is like the process of creating a new world. It can be cut off at any time. All you need to do is... Yun Nuashing spread out her right hand and pinched it hard. Destroy it. After all, one's body is the main stage of the inheritance. It is very easy for one to destroy something in one's body. However, he didn't destroy it. After all, it's origin energy, and he doesn't have the ability to do that. So he probably abandoned it and gave up on it. The entire inheritance process, well, he didn't just throw it away. He dug it out from his body. Throughout the entire process, he peeled off a part of his tendons and flesh, riddling himself with holes and turning himself into what we see now. If we look at him with origin energy, we can see that his body and soul have been greatly damaged from the inside out. He looks like a cracked porcelain doll, densely packed with cracks. As for what he did, Yun Nuashing shrugged. Maybe it had something to do with what they were discussing at the moment, or maybe it was something else. For an inheritor to give up his power of origin as the basis to do something, it was either related to the origin or the chaos of the same level. He did not feel the latter for the time being, so it could only be the former. Combined with what they had just talked about, he could almost make up 70 to 80% of it. Hui opened his mouth a few times, trying to speak, but he could only mumble some incomprehensible syllables. For a long time he could not say anything. This matter was originally confusing. This seemingly ordinary world that was created by the heavenly god of origin to preserve the seed seemed to have undergone some unknown changes. It was a very deep and complicated change, but it was also very simple to put the change in front of them, and they felt helpless and helpless. They did not expect it to involve so many things. From what they saw now, other than attributing the source to the turbulence of the void and the tide of chaos, they might not really understand what was wrong with this world, even if they continued to explore. No, but these conditions were clearly laid out in front of him. They were simply laid out in front of him in a straight line, but he still felt that something was not quite right. It seemed that there were still many things that he did not understand. The white-haired inheritor and the green-robed youth were still a little agitated. Although they tried to suppress it, they would unconsciously raise their voices when they spoke and unconsciously argue again. After a long time, they still could not come to a conclusion. The latter was stubborn and could not be changed, while the former refused to agree because of these things that he still did not quite understand. However, what was said here was roughly what they had just thought. As for the details, they had not yet found out. In short, the green-robed youth felt that the turbulence in the world and the phenomenon in the sky meant that something was wrong. He felt that this was a good opportunity and was ready to find the inheritors who could not see them. However, the white-haired inheritor probably wanted to maintain stability. Perhaps this process would require some consumption or sacrifice, and he did not want to see it, so he kept disagreeing. He was trying to persuade the green-robed youth, but the latter was still stubborn, and the white-haired inheritor was still trying to persuade him. After a while, they quarreled until their faces were red and their necks were thick. As for the 5 onlookers, Well, at this moment, they were still eating the melon in a daze. They could not find any point of entry, so they could only continue to eat the melon. I'll say it one more time. The white-haired inheritor slammed his hands on the table, his face sullen. I will never do it, nor will I allow myself to agree to your reckless actions. You're not some savior, and neither are we. We still have our own mission, and before that mission is completed, we will not easily give up on ourselves. See, you could not help but say, that table is really hard. It did not break even after being slammed dozens of times by an inheritor. Yun Nuashing and the others were speechless. Why was this girl's focus so skewed? So you want to give up on this world? 1 foot in exchange for one. The green-robed youth crossed his arms. You know, this world cannot hold on for much longer. If we don't cooperate with the other side, that's not what I meant, but we can still. As the white-haired inheritor spoke, his face suddenly turned pale. Without any warning, he slumped into the chair behind him, causing the green-robed youth to be stunned. He hurriedly walked forward and asked with concern, Your origin law, even you? It was obvious that he was concerned for the inheritor. One could even see the expression on his face change. Furthermore, it was even more resolute. It was as if he had to make a decision at this moment. He did not even want to discuss it anymore. Yes, they were familiar with this expression. There was someone beside them who had this expression every day. The white-haired inheritor placed his left hand over his eyes and raised his right hand weakly. He slowly took a few deep breaths before speaking softly, I can still hold on for a while. Phew, as long as you don't piss me off first, I can still hold on. The green-robed young man shook his head helplessly and heaved a long sigh. Listen to me. I've seriously considered the relationship between the two. On one hand, we have to suppress the turbulence and disorder of this world, and on the other hand, we have to extract power to connect with the other side. This is overdrafting the power of this world to the limit, and it's a double overdraft. We might not even be able to wait for the so-called time before we meet our end. Listen to me, I really think that the hope this time is very, very, very big. You've seen the anomaly a few days ago. You've seen it with your own eyes. I know. Of course I know. The white-haired inheritor lowered his left hand. His deep, pale eyes stared at the youth before him. He muttered to himself, and his voice became heavier. But you also know. You and I both know that some things might have already. I don't even hope that it will happen. I only think that the 9 of them might have tinkered with something. Perhaps they might have found some key factor. Hope. The green-robed youth laughed bitterly. What hope? Since he learned the truth, there was no such thing as hope. There was no hope, no hope. However, the quest still had to continue. This world would not come to an end so quickly. At least it would not be now. A vast energy suddenly came from outside the conference hall, causing both of them to turn their attention away. The green-robed youth sighed at the sight. It's starting again. How many times has it been? A few hundred or a few thousand? 2,412 times. I remember all of them. The white-haired inheritor looked out of the window. Dazzling energy radiance burst forth from the plaza outside the conference hall. After brewing for a moment, it turned into several resplendent energy pillars that shot up into the sky. Vast amounts of origin energy erupted from the pillars of light. Even the dark green fog outside Long Moon City was mostly dispersed because of this. That surging and mighty energy beam rushed straight towards the starry sky. After reaching a limit, it exploded at the end, turning into a huge circle of energy that spread towards the starry sky. As it spread out, an unusually surging origin energy suddenly descended into the starry sky. It fell from the sky, causing Yun Nuashing, Old Brother Lei, and everyone else to be shocked. Everyone in Long Moon City raised their heads and looked towards the mighty energy beam that pointed towards the sky. Oh, Oh no, I forgot to remind you about the time. Now that it's time to cut. It didn't convert back? That strand of law has been burned out? Suefing's panicked voice suddenly rang out through the soul transmission, causing everyone to be shocked. But what happened? Why did such a large amount of origin energy suddenly appear? Everyone was silent. They didn't know what had happened. Yun Nuashing and the others also didn't know what to say. This feeling of climbing halfway up a mountain was already exhausting. But when they looked up, they could only see the top of the mountain. But when they turned around and prepared to go down, they felt that it was a pity. They really didn't know what to say. The white-haired inheritor and the green-robed youth looked out the window for a while. The latter was stunned. That's not right. Isn't there still 2 more days? Why did it happen so early? He didn't finish a sentence. He saw the smile on the former's face and suddenly understood. So, you also knew about the abnormality this time. That's why you didn't hesitate to use yourself to force this time. The white-haired inheritor leaned back in his chair and said faintly, as you said, this world isn't finished yet, and we are inheritors. There are some things that no one else can do. I'm not like you, reckless and stubborn. Although I'm not sure if this hurried call will attract the other side's attention. At least it's a necessary attempt, isn't it? The white-haired inheritor yawned lazily. Suddenly he let out a long sigh. Phew! Tell me, what is your special idea? I know you're stubborn and won't listen to my advice, but if you don't squeeze out a plan of a few hundred words to brush me off, I'll hold you down here even if it means both of us will suffer. The green-robed young man was silent for a moment, as if he was hesitating whether he should say it or not. But under the watchful eyes of the white-haired inheritor, he chose to be honest. He first took out a palm-sized green-blue, glass-like object from his pocket and put it on the table. Yun Nuashing stared at him. Hui and the others also grimaced with a ferocious look on their faces. The green-blue glass fragment was the fragment that led them here. You even took out this thing. The white-haired inheritor was also stunned. He looked at the shard and then at the green-robed youth. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If your teacher is here, he'll hang you up and beat you up. He has a good temper. At most, he'll say a few words or hang me up and beat me up. The green-robed youth thought for a while and spread his hands. I think he'll tell you guys to come over and beat me up. The shard should be able to resonate with the origin energy to the greatest extent. Maybe there's a way to get their attention. If there's no way to let them know about the anomaly, we can use the shard to get their attention. That way, maybe there's a way. The white-haired inheritor looked at him for a while, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Then he shook his head and sighed. That day has been a long time. Since that day, the origin energy and the origin law have shown signs of falling into a deep slumber. Over the years, they've either gone out of control or slumbering. We don't know what's going on the other side, but the connection between the inheritors has weakened a lot due to the anomaly of the origin energy. Some things disappear just like that. Even if you use this thing, you might not be able to connect with them on the other side. And if you fail, you'll have to float alone on the other side, slowly, bit by bit, and watch yourself die little by little. I'm already prepared for that. The green-robed youth shrugged and said solemnly, I'm not the only one who's left over the years. Instead of standing here and watching everything slowly go out of control and into destruction, why don't we give it a shot? What if we succeed? What's the difference between that and not having a plan at all? The white-haired inheritor jumped up from his chair and slammed his hands on the table. Haven't you thought about other possibilities? It's easy for you to run away without saying a word. You're leaving me alone to clean up the mess. Not bad, you bastard. The green-robed youth thought about it seriously. At least this time, I'm bringing the shard with me. That should be a difference. Besides, it's fine if it doesn't work. With me around, there should be less pressure on the other side. It can also buy you and this place more time. But from now on, it's going to be hard on you alone. The green-robed youth sighed and patted his shoulder. If that's the case, I'll leave this severed world to you." The white-haired inheritor glared at him and pointed his finger at him angrily. The young man was so angry that he even used the divine language to greet the young man. However, the young man in cyan robe wasn't angry at all. He just crossed his arms and looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. We couldn't help but look at someone beside him. Si Yu and Feng Qinghuang also looked at the young man. Yun Nuoxing was so shocked that he felt as if he was about to explode. "Don't be like that." Jing Yin couldn't help but speak up for her brother. "He's much more obedient than you. Based on your brother's actions, he would have rushed out to carry out his orders the moment that guy slammed the table." Yun Nuoxing, "If it's not about you guys, then just listen. Why are you dragging me into this?" The white-haired inheritor glared at the man in front of him. Once the expression on his face changed, he knew that there was nothing he could do to get the man back. He clenched his fists tightly, then slowly relaxed them. After a few seconds, he clenched them again. Then, with a loud roar, he slammed his fist on the table with a loud bang. Si Yu continued to exclaim, "The quality of that table is really good." Yun Nuoxing, "Phew!" The white-haired inheritor let out a long sigh and slowly raised his right hand. Spatial energy surged for a moment and a light flashed above his palm. A white light appeared and then faded away. A fist-sized crystal that looked like a water droplet appeared above his palm. He placed it in the green-robed youth's hand. Take it, take it, take it. I'll give it to you, okay?" "You're such a bastard. Stinking bastard." The green-robed youth was stunned. "What is this?" The white-haired inheritor stared at him fiercely. "The law crystal that Master left behind. The fragments might not be enough, but with this," the green-robed youth solemnly put the crystal away. He looked at his friend, who seemed to have become much more haggard. He sighed. "If that's the case, I'll have to borrow your good fortune." The corner of the white-haired inheritor's mouth twitched slightly. His body, which was already weak, slumped down on the chair again. He did not say a word and let out a long sigh. Seeing this, the green-robed young man nodded. He turned around and walked towards the entrance of the hall with a slightly gloomy expression. He had won the fight, but he did not have the joy of winning an argument. In any case, this matter had not been pleasant from the beginning. "Let's go there and have a look. Perhaps we won't have another chance in the future." The white-haired inheritor suddenly let out a long sigh. "At least let them know." "Ah, that's true. We should at least let Master and the venerable gods know before we set off." The green-robed youth smiled and nodded. He pushed the door open and disappeared behind it. The white-haired inheritor crossed his arms on the table. He tilted his head and looked at the dazzling beam of origin energy that shot into the sky. His already pale eyes darkened. He let out a deep sigh. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to become even more oppressive. "Let's go. It's time for the next step." Yun Nuoxing suddenly turned around and led the group towards the door. She pulled everyone's thoughts back to the present. "Let's follow that guy and see what's going on." Hui looked at the white-haired inheritor, who had almost lost his color. He could not help but ask, "Aren't we going to talk to him?" "The atmosphere is not good." Yun Nuoxing shook her head. "If we rush up now, it will probably make him even more unpleasant. Instead of chatting here, why don't we go and verify some of our guesses? When he went out, he mentioned the origin god and the others. We might be able to figure it out ourselves." "Huh." Hui replied in a daze. He looked up at the sky and sighed. "Phew, I feel like I've heard a lot of strange information, but in the end, I don't seem to understand anything." After the green-robed young man left the conference hall, he glanced at the origin energy light pillar that soared into the sky. Under the illumination of the resplendent light rays that broke through the dark green clouds, he let out a long sigh of relief. He straightened his robe and walked against the flow of people to the other end of Long Moon City. Compared to the people on the streets, who were excited after seeing the origin energy light pillar. He seemed out of place, as if his world had already lost its color. Yun Nuashing and the others followed him out of the meeting hall. It did not take them much effort to see the youth who was walking forward with his head down in the flow of people like a wandering ghost. They quickly followed, and then the youth was gone. Where is he? Hui and the others were stunned. They quickly went to the spot where the youth disappeared. They looked around blankly, but found nothing. They ruled out the possibility that they were discovered because they were still invisible. They had seen many things like disappearing right under their noses. But this kind of disappearing without any reaction was the first time they felt it. Yun Nuashing's colorful eyes emitted some light. Her pupils slightly dilated a little as she let her sight gently focus on Long Moon City. She then turned her head abruptly and looked at the tallest statue of Long Moon City. Over there. With a snap of her fingers, a teleportation circle flashed in an instant. When the white light dissipated, a huge shadow appeared right in front of them. The huge statue of Origin had already appeared right in front of them. At this moment, the youth had just walked to the bottom of the statue. He looked up at the statue. His blank eyes did not see the admiration and nostalgia that Brother Lei and the others had when they looked at the statue. His expression was empty and complicated. He reached out and took out the blue shard just now and gently stroked the hem of the statue's robe. A blue teleportation portal suddenly appeared under the statue. He walked forward without looking at it. When the energy humming subsided, Yun Nuashing and the others dispelled their invisibility and came to the bottom of the statue. They looked straight ahead and were lost in thought. Jing Yin scratched her head hard. I really did not expect to come here after so many twists and turns. There is still a hidden space inside the Statue of Origin. Yun Nuashing reached out and knocked on the statue a few times. Her eyes flashed. The flow of the Origin energy has returned to normal. It seems that a method was used to adjust it just now. It changed the flow of the Origin energy into something like a teleportation portal. As Yun Nuashing said, she also took out the blue shard that she touched and gently poked the statue. Ding! The Origin energy that was still stable just now was instantly pulled and gathered right in front of them. The blue energy light converged and turned into a 10 feet tall teleportation portal. Yun Nuashing turned to them and said, "It's feasible. Come, let's go in and have a look." Hui looked up at the Statue of Origin and then looked at the teleportation portal. He could not help but gulp. Is this reliable? Yun Nuashing, who was about to walk in, was startled when she heard that. Then she seemed to have understood something. While Hui was still in a daze, she pulled him in front of her and pushed him into the portal. All right, let the shield lead the way first. Jing Yin and the two girls were speechless. Hui disappeared behind the teleportation portal with a look of grief and anger. You tricked me. You tricked me. Chapter 17:22. They plunged into the turquoise portal, but it did not feel like they were walking on flat ground and suddenly entering a tunnel. What they saw was a turquoise passageway that spiraled towards the front. Their bodies seemed to be floating in the air as a force rolled them towards the front of the passageway. After a while, a ray of white light rushed into their eyes and blocked their vision. Then, the feeling of floating in the air quietly disappeared. Their feet landed on the ground, and the white light in their vision slowly faded. What they saw was, well, anyway, it should be inside a building. There were walls in front of them, left and right. The walls were dark and airtight. When they looked up, they could not see the top. The four walls extended upwards along with the entire space, and then converged at the end. The scene behind them could not be seen. Phone! Huey's voice came from the front. Yun Nuashing looked down and saw him running towards them from the distance of the unknown building. She flashed to their side and said to them, I have a rough look at the situation here. There is only one passageway. He went inside, but there is a layer of barrier blocking it. So far, I have not figured out. Yun Nuashing responded without thinking. A barrier cast by the origin energy? Hui nodded and looked serious. And maybe worse. Let's come over first. This place is quite big. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other. They did not know what he meant by worse. Anyway, let's go and have a look first. After walking for a while, they appeared in a place that looked like a hall. It should be round and extended upwards. It should be a large cylindrical space. As a whole, it should be built by some kind of rule creation. It had a metallic texture and the color was dark. There were traces of time and erosion for a long time. There were no decorations left on the surface. There were some energy runes on the inside of the walls, each with their own functions. There was a lot of energy in this space. At this moment, it was still in a silent state and did not have any reaction because of their arrival. Other than that, well, there was not much. There were no magic circles and runes hidden in the space ready to shoot at their backs at any time. There was also nothing to guard against uninvited guests for the time being. This place is very peaceful. Feng Qinghuang held Yun Nuashing's hand and whispered, "The life energy here is very peaceful. It's very steady. It's as if it would choose to be peaceful here." Jing Yin looked around and scratched her head. At that time, we didn't seem to have such a style of building. At least, I didn't see it. However, there are some defensive runes carved inside the walls. They should be in a silent state and haven't sensed any danger, so they won't appear. Defense rune. Hui was stunned when he heard that, and his footsteps paused for a moment. To prevent outsiders from invading? What kind of danger will appear in this place? Can any force break into this place? It's hard to say. Maybe there's some hidden danger. What's the old saying again? Where there's order, there's chaos. Although this saying is quite old. Yun Nuashing heard that and looked away. That should be referring to the time of the chaos era. Now that the chaos void and the order void are separated, it's not so extreme, but that's what it means. Everyone had a deep feeling. Those inhuman and ghostly things were good at suddenly appearing and disappearing. Every time, not only would they scare them, but they would also make them busy with a ferocious look on their faces. They wished they could press them into the void and crush them 10,000 times. But the truth was that they were forced to fight in the void. Even in the void of order, there was no guarantee that the power of chaos would not seep into this place. It was really a headache. Hui led everyone into the passage in front. Even the passage was very wide, about 3,000 to 4,000 feet high and several miles wide. Compared to the space that looked like a hall, the color of the passage was brighter, and there seemed to be more chaotic energy hidden behind the walls. At first glance, they knew that it was not in a state of silence, but it did not look like it was going to be shot to death in the void as soon as they came in. Well, you will know later. Hui saw the doubts in everyone's eyes. He just scratched his head and laughed dryly and quickened his pace. Yun Nuashing and the others quickly understood the meaning of the sentence. After walking forward for 2 or 3 minutes, dozens of huge cracks suddenly appeared on the walls on both sides of the huge passage. Huge cracks with tearing marks appeared, as if the corners of the walls were forcibly torn off by some violent force. Around the cracks were jagged ports, like some withered and twisted tree trunks that were buried underground by some strange force. They occupied 2/3 of the area of this passage, and even the ground had holes that were blasted by something. It looked ferocious. The place behind those cracks was the land of nothingness. In other words, the entire space was set up in nothingness. The chaotic energy that could not be calmed down was connected to nothingness on one hand, and the other hand was pointing to the inside of the tunnel. It gave them the feeling that ready to be exiled into the void at any time and anywhere to be annihilated. Yun Nuashing walked to the side of the wall and reached out to touch it lightly. The origin energy surged into the wall and came into contact with the energy runes that emitted chaotic energy. Her colorful eyes trembled slightly. At the same time, they were worried that the power of the void was not enough, so they left many powerful energy runes here to add to a higher level of destructive power. They target this space itself, and there are all kinds of destructive power. This explanation made the four of them fall silent. This obvious arrangement, it was obvious that this was a cage. A cage that traps some kind of violent beast. It may still be in a state of supervision and is still behaving. When it becomes restless, then we will directly sink this place into the void and blow it up? Hui scratched his head and laughed dryly. Yun Nuashing nodded. That's what it means. They all turned their eyes to the interior of the tunnel and could not help but gulp. This dangerous aura, if there was a beast hiding inside, it would not be an ordinary beast. It might be some kind of Tyrannosaurus that was related to the origin of the world or something that was on the same level. If they walked in, hiss, could it be that the brutal destruction on the wall was caused by that unknown monster? Hui, Jingyin, and the others all looked at Yun Nuashing. He was about to walk back, but he was stunned. He smiled bitterly and walked to the side of the wall again. But this time he walked to the front of one of the huge wounds. He then squatted down and reached out to touch the broken part. Several small energy circles appeared around him. His eyes flashed, and colorful light kept emerging from his body. Well, actually, it's okay. After a long time, Yun Nuashing stood up, withdrew the light on his body, and walked back. He was still thinking as he walked, but when he said this, Hui and the others were relieved. It's the same as the upper level of the Yuanshi. The four of them. What kind of relief was this? They had almost swallowed their breaths. Upper level of the Yuanshi? Hui shivered violently. He stared at the expressionless Feng with a face full of sweat. How can you be so calm in the face of these four words? Yun Nuashing coughed softly, waved his finger, and said, As everyone knows, the upper level of the Yuanshi is equal to 100 billion years. The four of them again. Good Lord, this is to the extent of causing a small void turbulence. As long as he doesn't care about his life enough, no one can kill him in front of him, right? A slightly terrifying aura came from his soul, which made Yun Nuashing's face twitch. He coughed softly and immediately changed his tone. Ahem, actually it's because of the defensive measures in these places. I'm referring to the energy runes and the hidden inside the walls. Those are also used to deal with the seal of the upper level of the Yuanshi, so don't worry. This cage itself can still hold on. At that time, we just have to take the opportunity to add fuel to the fire and be the last straw. We can easily press him into the void. Phew! This time, they really heaved a sigh of relief. In the case of the existence of a weapon of equal power, they were not particularly afraid. They were afraid that this silly boy in front of them would really rush in regardless of the consequences, and then there would be another 100 billion years of channeling time, or maybe even longer. After passing through this scar and moving forward, there was no place in the passage that was intact. The left and right walls and the ground were all damaged to different degrees. The two furthest cracks were less than 10 feet apart, enough to show the inhumane destruction that had happened in this passage. They wondered what kind of apocalyptic ferocious beast was imprisoned in this cage. A higher level of the Yuanshi at the bottom. That's really exciting. Well, it's just in front at the exit of the passage. Hui reached out and pointed to the front of the passage. Yun Nuashing and the others looked over a large pile of broken fragments into the distance. They easily saw that the walls on both sides suddenly closed and a door appeared, a broken door. That's right, there should have been a door at the front of the passage, but now there was only 1/5 of the door, and it was the bottom part. As for the bottom 1/5 and above, it had been replaced by a huge pit, and a part of the walls on both sides had been dug out. This door has been blown away. Jing Yin smiled bitterly, standing in front of the 1/5 of the door. She looked back at the passage behind, sweating profusely. What kind of treatment had this place suffered? It was simply terrible. Yun Nuashing reached out and pressed the metal door. Before his palm could touch the door, a layer of soap bubble like barrier suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his palm. He only hesitated for a moment before pressing his palm on the layer of soap bubble, and then his expression changed. This thing, how is it? We also tried to poke the barrier twice. The soap bubble-like barrier flashed with rainbow light, and complex energy flowed in the barrier. He wanted to analyze it carefully and let his soul force go in, but only a lot of useless feedback came back. It made his head swell. I saw that he did nothing and just went in. It's not working when it comes to me. Anyway, it's not working. Oh, it's just a simple energy identification mechanism. Our aura is not in it, so naturally it can't be opened. Even if we have the same origin energy, because the user is different, the specific aura is different, so it can't be used to confuse others. Yun Nuashing poked the soap bubble a few times and the barrier immediately moved a few times like jelly. It looked so soft that it could be broken with a poke, but this thing's defensive power was also at an exaggerated level. This is a barrier created from the power of origin that is a mixture of order and laws. As for its level, it's naturally of the highest level. It's not at the level that the heavenly gods of origin personally created. However, in a world of order, this barrier can be recycled for several hundred eras without aging due to the passage of time. It's not a problem for this barrier to be completely unharmed even if it's not at the center of the barrier. This is something that even the creation barrier of the gods can't achieve when it's on its own. After listening to what Maple said, Huey's face looked like it was about to explode. He pinched his face in distress and said, "Then this is going to be difficult. A barrier of this level is really not that easy to deal with." Jingyin, who was deep in thought, couldn't help but reach out her hand and knock on the barrier. After that, she showed a look of realization and said, "Oh, so it's this kind of barrier. In fact, it's also a more popular law and order type defensive barrier that was passed down to the world by the Divine Church of Origin. Although there is a big gap between it and the original, even the weakened version is strong enough. Back then, when the Void of Chaos attacked the Void of Order, this barrier played a big role. Although it's not the strongest defense in the Void of Order, it's the most widespread and powerful special type of defense that is very difficult to deal with in the Void of Order. And if I'm not mistaken, this is a specially made and strengthened version. Sounds like it's going to be even more difficult." Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He reached out and patted Maple's shoulder and said, "When it comes to the origin energy, is there any way to, go through the back door or something? For example, use some special method to break it open." Yun Nuashing scratched her head with a troubled look on her face and said, "Actually there is, but the success rate is pending. Let's not talk about the success rate. I'm just afraid that if we break this barrier, we'll attract the attention of the people and unknown things inside." "That's easy." Hui waved his hand and swiftly took out the guardian shield and placed it in front of him. He raised his chin at Maple and said, "Just break it. I will block it for you. Since this cage is still normal, there shouldn't be a big problem." "Why didn't I see you being so enlightened before?" Yun Nuashing looked at Hui in a daze. The latter laughed dryly and scratched his head. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and took 2 steps back. She reached out with her right hand and the Netherworld Ruin sword appeared in her hand. Then, along with the golden and gray light of energy, a thin layer of light suddenly condensed on her body and flowed through her body to the Netherworld Ruin sword. The Netherworld Ruin sword even lit up with some purplish-black energy runes. It seemed to be emitting an energy aura that they had never felt before. It's the movement of the Netherworld Ruin sword's own power being activated. Jing Yun Nuashing saw the purplish-black runes and understood immediately. It seems that the power of the first light has forcibly activated the Netherworld Ruin sword's power. There should be a way. The purplish-black and golden light of the Netherworld Ruin sword, which seemed to have turned into a sharp blade of light, pressed against a layer of soap bubbles. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and widened her eyes. She didn't use all her strength to break the barrier in front of her. Instead, She gathered her strength on the sword bit by bit and continued to increase the strength of the Netherworld Ruin Sword. She pressed down on the barrier and squeezed some distance into the soap bubbles. The Netherworld Ruin Sword was surrounded from all directions. It looked like the sword had sunk into a sponge. See, you couldn't help but say, "It feels like it's going to rebound at any time." Yun Nuoxing's sword-wielding hands trembled. Hui smiled bitterly and gave Feng Qinghuang a look. Feng Qinghuang understood and quickly dragged Siyu aside to teach him a lesson. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Siyu being taught a lesson by Feng Qinghuang. He composed himself and continued to press down on the barrier. When he felt that he had reached the limit, he immediately gave Hui a look. The latter reacted instantly and raised the guardian barrier. "Come on, I'm ready." Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath, and the power of the origin began to surge. Ba-ding! There was a crisp sound like a wind chime. The soap bubbles in front of them suddenly disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. He hurriedly put away the Netherworld Ruin Sword and the power he was gathering to avoid opening a hole in the door. He looked in front of him in confusion. "No, I'm still stacking my power." "Why did it suddenly?" Jingyan walked forward and looked at the 1/5 of the door. She looked at the young man and suddenly realized, it's the origin key. It should be able to open the door with the power of the origin key. Yun Nuoxing. Hui put away the guardian barrier and looked at him. He then looked at the door in front of him and couldn't help but tease. "You have the key, but you don't want to open the door. Instead, you want to use your face to break the door. Now your face is dark, right?" Yun Nuoxing. His face turned even darker when he heard Huey's words. After restraining his energy in an extremely awkward state, Yun Nuoxing knocked on Huey's head without batting an eyelid. Yun Nuoxing quickly flipped over the door that had turned into a wall and walked towards the space behind. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw him walking to ease the awkwardness. After passing through the door, they thought that they would see another main space. They didn't expect to see only a hall. It was similar to the hall they had just arrived at, but it was dimmer. There was a faint light coming from nowhere that illuminated the hall, but it looked gloomy. "It's safe. There's no energy reaction. There's no sign of life." Yun Nuoxing responded to everyone and continued to walk forward. He took 2 steps and looked around. Then he suddenly said, "I take back what I just said. There's still a lot of dangerous energy hidden here, but they're all in a state of silence. It's still okay." Hui trembled when he heard that. He quickly looked at the surrounding walls. It was fine if he didn't turn around, but when he turned around, he was stunned. He stared at Yun Nuoxing and pointed at the surrounding walls. He lowered his voice and roared at Yun Nuoxing. "You call the power of 20 giant magic arrays on all sides still okay? It's in a state of silence. It's not a big problem." Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and didn't think there was any problem. He even ignored Huey's shocked face and continued to walk towards the passage deep in the hall. As he said, the energy was in a state of silence. It was placed here very quietly. At present, it was just an ornament. The 2 girls were used to being calm when they followed Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing was about the same. He knew that these things were not used to deal with them, so he was also very calm. So, Hui was the only one who stared at the 20 giant magic arrays. There were at least 2 to 3 million magic arrays. He was sweating profusely and was walking like a cat. The road behind them was tangled and complicated. They encountered several forks. Yes, they were just forks because those forks were blocked by some things. Some things looked like trash that was removed from the walls to block those forks. Siyu couldn't help but poke her head out of the pile of debris curiously. After squeezing for a long time, she could barely see the situation behind the pile of debris. A dark and deep corridor seemed to lead to the void or nothingness. There was also some kind of powerful seal. The little girl was stunned when she saw it. She quickly ran back to Yun Nuoxing's side and didn't dare to wander around. "Well, forget it. I feel that it's better not to delve into it. Yun Nuashing waved his hand to dispel Si Yu's thoughts. However, he began to think the tangled and complicated road should lead to some other places, such as other halls or other important places. This huge building that looked like a series of connected cylinders. He always felt that it was either necessary or the person who built this kind of building had nothing better to do. Jing Yun kept thinking about it as he went deeper. This type of building seemed to have existed in his memory. He had been in a frowning posture with his hands crossed in front of his chest for half an hour. This looks like a relic. We finally couldn't help but break the silence here. His face was gloomy and depressed. I gradually have a bad feeling. Relic? Yun Nuashing repeated in a whisper. She looked around and frowned. If it was a relic, it did have the aura of a long time accumulation. But this was nonsense. This was something left behind from that era. Looking at it now, after more than 10 years, wasn't it just a relic? No, I'm not talking about this. Hui waved his hand hard to deny this statement. I'm saying that it looks like a relic. It's not because it has existed for a long time that I think it's a relic. I mean, ugh, I can't think of anything to say at the moment. Hui frowned hard and didn't know what to say. Yun Nuashing was also dumbfounded. At this moment, the tacit understanding of many eras of familiarity was useless. Feng Qinghuang seemed to understand. The relic is old and abandoned, and it feels like it has been destroyed. It seems like it. Hui suddenly hit his palm and said, also, since it's a relic, there must be something hidden in it, and it must be something bad. The person who is imprisoned here may be just... Yun Nuashing's face twitched. The tomb keeper? You can say that. Anyway, at first, it was just an unknown place that was treated as a prison. Now, Hui had turned it into a gloomy relic with a few words. Yun Nuashing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This was about the mythological era, about the relic of origin. Why did he suddenly want to turn around and leave? Chapter 17:23. Ruins and prison. Originally, there was no need to worry about what this place was. However, a certain person had mentioned it, and it was from a blessed mouth. Then something bad might happen in the future. But for the time being, putting aside the question of what this place was, in short, there must be something bad in the depths of this place. It might occasionally break free from its restraints, and occasionally become irritable. When irritable, it might treat this place as a martial arts hall on the spot. There were traces of destruction left behind by it everywhere. Just looking at it made one's heart palpitate. It's locked. We can't open it. In front of the road was an energy rune with an energy barrier erected in front of them. It completely sealed the entire passage. The defensive energy of the energy barrier was a little shocking. It should not be able to be blasted open with ordinary methods. However, they did not have such thoughts for the time being. After all, this was a forked road, and every forked road here seemed to have an energy seal. Almost all the forked roads were blocked with additional debris piles, except for this one. So they came over to take a look out of curiosity. Yun Nuashing put her palm on the energy barrier and quietly tested it a few times. She turned back and shook her head at Hui and the others. To open this energy barrier, source energy alone won't work. You have to have enough destructive power. Well, in short, I don't recommend doing anything here. Hui scratched his head. Okay then. Along the way, they saw many forks in the road. With Si Yu's careful probing, they also probed the forks in the road a few times out of curiosity. However, they didn't find anything. Every road was completely sealed, and the debris piled up at the entrance was just, icing on the cake. It felt superfluous. Well, it should be superfluous. Maybe it was to prevent people from sneaking in. But how could anyone come to this place? Forget it. Let's not think about this problem. God knows what the designer of this place was thinking. It feels so oppressive. After going deeper for about 10 minutes, we could not help but mutter. He turned his head to look at Maple, who was leading the way seriously. He whispered, "Maple, tell a joke." "Are you looking for the wrong person to hear a joke?" Yun Nuashing tilted her head and glanced at him helplessly. She sighed and said, "Bear with it a little longer. We should be there in a while. The place where the energy converges is in front of us. We might reach the end soon." "Are you sure it's not another hall filled with arrays? Or other places filled with energy runes that are overflowing with energy?" Huey's cheeks twitched, and he murmured with lingering fear. They had passed through several halls, and all they saw was that kind of exaggerated level of defensive power. Every time they saw it, the degree of their heart palpitations increased. It was really very frightening just by looking at it. God knew what was hidden in the depths of this place that required this kind of world-destroying defensive power. They estimated that this kind of power was estimated to be able to suppress a half-dead, chaotic, conceptual body. When Yun Nuashing heard this, her footsteps faltered and her face trembled. "Probably not, but it's hard to say. If it's really as you said, and the energy gathering places ahead are those things, then there might be a little trouble ahead." "Don't tell me we're going to fight?" Hui trembled violently. Yun Nuashing frowned and showed a suspicious smile. Huey's face stiffened again. He could not help but swallow his saliva. "What the hell is this place? The soul-suppressing ring, the temple of order." The voice came from Jingyin, who had been frowning and thinking along the way, causing Yun Nuashing and the others to involuntarily turn their gazes to the former. He also turned his head to look at them, nodding lightly. "I just remembered, this is a very special place created by laws. It's a pity that this is not a ruin, and under normal circumstances, it's not a prison either. It's just that at this moment, for some reason, it's temporarily transformed into what we see, causing us to mistakenly think that this is a prison for something." We heard this, and was silent for a while before saying, "So what was it originally used for?" "Yes. If you want to say it, you can think of this place as a cemetery where souls are buried." Jingyin narrowed his eyes and said, "In the deepest part of this huge building, if nothing unexpected happens, there should be a lot of souls. After all, in our era, the soul-suppressing ring, as the name suggests, is used to guard souls. If there are no unexpected changes after so many years, then it should be like this." "Guard souls?" Hui frowned and suddenly looked at Maple. "Maple's Temple of Souls? No. The Temple of Souls is used to revive the fallen warriors of order, and the soul-suppressing ring is used to preserve and store souls. It is also used to guard." Jingyin looked at them with a very serious gaze. After a few seconds of silence, he said solemnly, "Store the souls of order that have been infected by the power of chaos. Use the soul-suppressing ring to purify them." Hui. Huff, huff, huff. Yun Nuashing immediately stumbled and stood still with a dark face. It's here. Things are starting to get out of control and develop in a direction that is beyond our expectations. Don't tell me that there are a bunch of souls that have been infected by the aura of chaos hiding in there. Don't tell me that they are all souls of Yuanxia realm. The power of order that has been infected by the aura of chaos will be multiplied exponentially. Jing-Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry when the two of them looked at her solemnly. He waved his hand and said, "Theoretically speaking, that is its purpose. However, putting aside the power of chaos, the soul-suppressing ring can also be used to store souls. Furthermore, since this place was created by the god of origin, the power of chaos should not be able to take advantage of the situation to invade. And look, didn't the air just keep walking inside? And there is no movement at all. There should not be anything unexpected." Hui tilted his head. "But what if?" Everyone. "Okay, even the number one prophecy emperor has spoken. Something is definitely going to happen inside." Yun Nuashing heard and sighed helplessly. He waved his hand and continued to walk forward. "Anyway, let's keep moving forward. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. It's just the souls of Yuanxia realm combined with the power of chaos. As long as there are not thousands of them coming at us, we can escape with our lives. We could not help but say, "Then what if? You better shut up." Jing Yin saw Hui Jun shrunk his neck and could not help but smile bitterly. He walked a few steps to the young man and said, "Also, the soul-suppressing ring should also have some things, some information left behind." Well, although it may not sound nice, if there is a soul in the soul-suppressing ring that can't withstand the power of chaos and collapses, the information that the soul carried when it was alive will be condensed into a soul crystal inside the soul-suppressing ring. Everything about their past will be stored inside the soul-suppressing ring. This is used to deal with situations where there is some information that cannot be transmitted in time. As he spoke, he sighed with his hands behind his back. The war between chaos and order, right? If things go wrong, we might not be able to come back this time. If at the last moment, for some reason, we know something incredible, although it is imprinted in the soul, there is no way to transmit it out. Phew, maybe a sentence or two can decide the direction of the war. That's why the soul-suppressing ring has this function. Also, maybe there are unspoken last words. Haha, on that kind of battlefield, there is no way to say last words. That's a common thing. Hui heard that and looked up with a complicated expression. This damn war between order and order. Yun Nuashing also had various guesses in his mind. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The soul-suppressing ring, the temple of souls, the temple of origins, the void frontline, the void blockade. There were many more. These were all things that were born in the war between order and chaos. They were crazy and twisted things that would be difficult to mention in peacetime. How should he put it? It felt a little funny. He did not know why he had this thought. It just suddenly popped up in his mind. He did not know if he was laughing at the world of order, laughing at himself, or lamenting about this war. However, he just thought about it for a moment and threw it away. It was unnecessary to think about it. It was better to throw it out of his mind as soon as possible. There was no need to keep it. After passing through the same broken passage, they came to the next door. Using the same method to open the energy barrier of the door, Yun Nuashing pushed the door open and walked into the next hall. Hui walked last. Just as he closed the door, his ears suddenly trembled as if he had caught some strange sound. Yun Nuashing waved his hand fiercely. The sound of energy vibrating. Hui, get ready to defend. Hui had already activated the Guardian's barrier the moment he heard the word energy. He carried the Guardian's shield and looked around vigilantly. He did not stop talking. I can't be right? That's hard to say. After all, your mouth is blessed. Yun Nuashing glanced at him. Buzz! A long buzzing sound of energy suddenly sounded in the entire hall. At first, it was only a very soft sound, but gradually it rose to the point where the entire hall could hear it clearly within a dozen seconds. Yun Nuashing, who was extremely sensitive to energy, could tell that this was the sound of energy gathering, and the source of this. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked straight up. His pupils shrank slightly. There was a magic circle that covered the entire hall. It was indeed a magic circle, and its structure was exactly the same as the magic circle in the realm of the gods. However, perhaps it was because it was using the power of the gods. There were many parts that he could not understand. The buzzing sound of energy was coming from it. He also saw the center of the magic circle flashing with energy. That was a sign that it had finished charging. Then, the light began to flow to the edge of the magic circle. The whole magic circle was like a heavy millstone that was tens of thousands of feet wide. It began to slowly rotate, and the sound of air being compressed and crushed could be heard. That was a sign that it was about to launch an attack. Huff, huff, huff! Hui screamed in pain. The origin energy was already pressing down on them. Yun Nuashing clenched his fist, and the origin energy surged out of his body and condensed into an energy barrier that enveloped all of them. Then he quickly brought the group of people and rushed toward the end of the hall. Buzz! At that moment, the magic circle that covered the entire hall suddenly burst with an extremely dazzling light. A beam of energy that seemed to have been condensed and compressed suddenly fell from the magic circle. The energy beam that was so condensed that it was almost crystallized fell in front of the door at the end of the hall. Yun Nuashing's eyes widened, and he quickly decelerated. The group of people instantly froze in midair. They were less than 10 feet away from the condensed energy beam. When they felt the violent energy in the light beam up close, the group of people gulped. This sealing the path before the battle, this is too wretched. Hui wiped his sweat and looked back at the place where they came from, and even the path of retreat has been sealed. While he was murmuring, Yun Nuashing felt waves of energy sweep through the hall. That wave of energy seemed to be some kind of probing energy. When it swept through Hui, Jingyun, Siyu, and Feng Qinghuang, it didn't do anything. However, when it touched Yun Nuashing and the origin energy, that wave of energy almost instantly became a little violent. Then, a beam of light without any attacking power descended from the formation and covered Yun Nuashing. They were all confused. Intruder, eliminated, that hollow and strange voice came from the top of the hall, and they all widened their eyes. This voice was the same one they heard on the first day when they came to the Holy Advent Land. They didn't expect to hear it again here. Not long after he finished speaking, countless energy reactions suddenly erupted in the hall. Arrays appeared on the walls like ripples in water, and as soon as they appeared, they were overflowing with energy. The dazzling light of energy and the mighty source energy caused the group to be dumbfounded. Boom! In a flash, tens of thousands of magic circles were activated at the same time. The destructive energy roared in the entire hall. It was as if there was a condensed cloud inside, creating a sun. Countless energy waves rolled in the hall. Suddenly, hundreds of thin energy beams whizzed out of the cloud of energy, stirring up a big hole in the smoke. The thin energy beams were blue, long needles. They flew across the space and took root in the magic circles on the wall. Like a blue rain, they poked into the magic circles in all directions. The magic circles that were rotating suddenly stopped with a click sound as if gears were stuck. Even the vast energy stopped. The dazzling energy smoke was blown away by a gust of wind, revealing the inside. Hui was still holding his shield to defend with his eyes wide open. His face was pale. The layer of guardian barrier in front of him was full of fragments and was falling bit by bit. It collapsed not long after he came out of the smoke. Scared the hell out of me. I thought I was going to die. Hui shuddered and could not help but laugh bitterly. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and waved his palm again. The magic circle floating beside him threw a weak disintegration of order towards the huge magic circle in the sky. Hundreds of blue silver needles poked into the golden magic circle. After a while, the entire huge millstone stopped with a heavy roar. The two energy light pillars that blocked the path of retreat and the path of advance also disappeared. Did you kill them? We looked around and asked. No, I just forced them to stop. Yun Nuashing shook her head and turned to look at the hall door behind her. After all, I don't know what's sealed inside. It's better to preserve these defensive powers. Fortunately, these magic circles have been here for a long time. They don't have much defensive power against themselves. It's easy to force them to stop. He frowned as he said, they had obviously locked onto the origin energy on him and suddenly reacted. That's strange. This place should be controlled by origin energy. Why would it react so strongly to your origin energy? Jing Nuashing frowned as she pinched her chin and said what was on her mind. Could it be that there's something wrong with the core control of the soul subduing ring? Only God knows. Yun Nuashing shook her head and walked towards the hall door. Anyway, let's continue. Well, let's keep going and we'll know. Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief and pushed the two doors open. Just as she led the others inside, they were all stunned. There was still a passage behind the door. It was as spacious and tall as usual. The passage was also damaged. That was not a problem. The problem was, at this moment, there were many energy figures standing in the passage. Those luxurious armors, those seemingly powerful spears, swords, and shields, and the matching magic circles around them. The passage was overflowing with origin energy. Yun Nuashing and the others were stunned. Intruders! Excluded! Fire with all your might! The roar came from inside the passage. In less than half a second, the tens of thousands of energy figures that filled the passage raised the spears in their hands. The magic circles pointed at Yun Nuashing and the others at the end of the passage. In an instant, a vast amount of energy surged out from the magic circles and weapons, turning into a dazzling energy torrent that rushed forward. Hui Gang exclaimed and subconsciously raised an energy barrier. In an instant, a vast amount of energy that emitted a scorching and dazzling light arrived unexpectedly, drowning them all in the torrent of energy. The torrent of energy crashed into the walls of the passage and quickly changed directions like a beam of light reflected by a mirror, surging towards the place where the torrent of energy had exploded. The invisible energy attacks were restrained by an invisible force, gathering all of them in the direction of the entrance. The energy figures that looked like soldiers did not intend to stop after that attack. They were still desperately unleashing energy attacks in front of them. Balls of energy whizzed forward like small suns, fiercely smashing into the violent energy ball, causing the violent energy reaction to intensify by dozens of times. Netherworld, firmament, slash. A gorgeous sword ray dyed with red and black energy, cut through the seal of the night like a spear, scattering all the energy that had gathered. It surged out like a tsunami, and the energy that was still surging forward was all swallowed up by this mighty energy, sword ray, annihilating it in an instant. The vast destructive energy created a destructive energy shockwave in the passage. Just as it was about to reach the group of energy soldiers, an energy barrier that came out of nowhere suddenly appeared, colliding with the tsunami-like energy sword ray. The violent, destructive energy swept out, causing the originally spacious passage to become much narrower. The energy at the door was suddenly compressed with the arrival of a will and sent into the void to be completely annihilated. Yun Nuashing took a few steps forward, and layers of energy formations appeared around her body. Then she was stunned, and her face was full of distress. I can't use it in this place. Forget it. With a soft shout, the hundreds of formations flickered with a dazzling light like a nebula eruption. The passage immediately darkened due to the overly resplendent burst of energy. The mighty energy impact brought along a furious roar that tore the laws and order to pieces as it crashed into the energy barrier that had suddenly appeared, entangling with it. What the hell is that thing? Hui pressed his trembling hands to defend against the energy shockwave and hurriedly shouted at Jingyan. That's some defective products created by the rules of order. It's made by imitating the chaos soldiers created by the concept bodies of chaos. But they're all defective products. There's no way to replicate them at all, and there's no way for them to be of much use on the battlefield. They can only be used as simple guards in some buildings. Jing Yan's voice sounded in the soul transmission. They can command and attack, but they're very slow, and they can be easily controlled. As long as the barrier is broken, you can use a little bit of your soul to suppress them all, or kill the individual that acts as the center. Break it, break it. Don't rush me. Yun Nuashing responded, waving her hand and snapping her fingers. Pieces of shrunken formations spiraled and superimposed on the few formations that were roaring like wild dragons. Suddenly, the energy shockwave was raised by several levels in an instant. The roaring origin energy almost condensed into an energy storm that could tear the world apart. Hui looked at the barrier that did not crack after withstanding Maple's bombardment for a few minutes and could not help but widen his eyes. You're telling me that this thing is defective and useless? Why do I feel that if this thing is brought out, they can fight back and forth with the abyssal death mist spawn? Jingyan looked at it for a moment and was also stunned. After a moment, she clapped her hands and said, "Hey, isn't that the standard of battle in our time? It's indeed useless in our time. You have to think about it from another perspective. Let's say there's a million high-level, primeval, charging around and bombarding the void. What's the use of sending a bunch of hotheads? Other chaos soldiers are different. They're almost like a group of high-level primeval charging around, and they're flexible in battle." Hui smiled bitterly. That's true. There's no other way in your time, but I think it should be useful now. Do you have the manufacturing method? Yes, it's incomplete. Jingyin just responded excitedly and then smiled bitterly. The chaos-tide mask. Sigh, it's already incomplete. Now it's really useless if it's even more incomplete. Hui knocked on his head and then suddenly shouted at Maple, who was floating in the air. "Maple, catch 2 of them in good condition. Don't kill them all." Yun Nuashing heard that, and the veins on her forehead bulged. She had not even broken the shield, and they were already thinking about catching her alive. Chapter 1724. In the narrow passageway, the mighty origin energy blasted back and forth. If the energy blasts were seen as a sign of territory, then they were now circling around the barrier, fighting for control of it. Energy blasted out as if it was free. To the Hope energy guards guarding the soul-suppressing ring, it did not cost them much energy. As long as the energy of the large structure was not exhausted, they could attack endlessly. In fact, he was in a similar situation. He had a lot of energy, but this place was too narrow. There were many attacks that he could not use. He could only use this kind of conventional energy blasts to fight with the other side. Well, it was not that he could not use it. He was afraid that if he used it, the entire soul-suppressing ring would explode from the middle. Who knew if the green-robed youth who had walked into the depths of the soul-suppressing ring would hear the noise and turn around? Even so, the commotion here was big enough. So far, no one had noticed it. Either the soul-suppressing ring was too big and had a good soundproofing effect, or that guy was selectively deaf. Well, it was not good to be distracted at this time, but he was trying to think of a solution. Those 2 guys were really making things difficult for him. The shield had not even cracked, and the 2 had already started to ask him to capture 1 or 2 samples alive. To be honest, it might be a little difficult. At this moment, the collision of energy on the shield had accumulated to a very large degree. Whichever side had the absolute upper hand, the energy would instantly pour to the other side. With such a huge amount of energy smashing down, it was a question of how many of the energy guards would be left alive. "Idiot! Quickly focus!" The little angel's voice suddenly sounded anxiously in his soul, causing him to be startled. His expression, which was changing like the wind and clouds, paused at the level of constipation and diarrhea. He quickly turned his gaze and looked past the layer of dazzling energy spots behind him. The group of energy guards were suddenly covered in shining armor. They were originally luminous energy bodies, so when the brightness was a little higher, he could only see a group of glowing armor floating around in front of him. Now that the armor had increased in brightness, it was as if it had merged with the body of the guards, making them exceptionally bright. They all raised the spears, swords, or spears in their hands, and suddenly opened their mouths and shouted loudly. Their voices, which could not be heard clearly, seemed to be shouting with pure syllables, reverberated throughout the entire passage. In the space that was destroyed by the vibrating sound waves, there seemed to be energy surging and gathering crazily, causing the space there to collapse and distort in an instant. Yun Nuashing had just glanced at the distorted and collapsed place when an extremely dazzling flash of light suddenly burst out from the hole. Vast and mighty energy surged like a long spear, pointing straight at the space between his eyebrows, causing him to be startled. At that critical moment, he subconsciously used the origin energy to build an energy barrier, and the ray formation gathered. Boom! The platinum energy impact spread out in the shape of a huge fan and burst forward. Under the impact of the destructive energy shock, the opposing energy surging on the layer of energy barrier was suddenly dispersed. It swept over with a momentum that caught Yun Nuashing and the others off guard. In the blink of an eye, it stuck to his face and collided with the defensive barrier he had built. Several violent energy explosions sounded. It seemed like the crisp sound of the magic circle and the energy barrier being destroyed was mixed with the roar of energy. A figure suddenly flew out from the place where the platinum light shone and instantly crashed into the wall behind him. The four of them quickly turned around in shock. Phone! Hui was stunned for half a second and quickly screamed. He threw out the guardian shield and created a guardian barrier in front of him. When he was about to go over to see what was going on, Siyu and Feng Qinghuang had already flown over. They waved their hands to disperse the smoke and saw Yun Nuashing embedded in the wall. His pretty face was filled with confusion and confusion. Hui Jingyin was one step too late. She quickly pulled the little brother out of the wall and said, "Why are you the one who flew out?" Yun Nuashing grimaced and rubbed his old waist. "Isn't it because you guys said you want to capture him alive? I was thinking about how to clear some of the obstacles in front without alarming the people inside instead of killing them all. I was thinking about it and got distracted." When he was pulled out of the wall, the group of energy guards on the opposite side suddenly made a new move. The group of energy guards didn't restrain the light and energy surging from their armor. They fiercely stomped the weapons in their hands on the ground. The vibrating energy reverberated and caused the entire tunnel to vibrate along with the rhythm of the sound wave. Layers of ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Magic circles with abundant energy emerged from the space and spiraled in a direction, aiming at Yun Nuashing and the others who were at the end of the tunnel. "Seems like this isn't the time to discuss whether or not we can capture him alive." The mighty energy coming from all directions made Huey's expression change a few times in just a few seconds. He quickly split the two guardian shields into four and stacked layers of barriers in front of him. He then turned around and shouted at Feng, "Feng, let's get rid of some of them first, okay?" "That's what I was thinking." The reply was a muffled shout. The colorful voice suddenly rushed out of the range of his barrier. Hui was startled. He quickly turned around and saw Feng with the original aura on him. Dozens of types of energy surged in front of him to form magic circles. The extremely exaggerated energy was enough to annihilate the void when it manifested, suppressing the aura of tens of thousands of energy guards on the opposite side. This energy wave, this aura, this way of attack. Huey's face twitched. He could not help but say, "Although I asked you to get rid of some of them, I didn't expect you to." Bang! There was no time to accumulate energy. The moment the magic circles overlapped, the attack was already formed. In an instant, the colorful energy torrent was like a flaming meteor that flashed across the extremely dark night sky. It swallowed the light of the entire passage and rushed forward. With the power to disintegrate and devour order, it savagely crashed into the layer of barrier that was made up of most of the origin energy. The barrier did not even have time to gather more energy before it flashed violently and shattered with a loud bang. The group of energy guards raised their weapons at the critical moment of the attack, and then a wave of destructive energy blasted the tens of thousands of energy guards into light and energy particles that filled the sky. They melted into the torrent and disappeared. The entire passage quieted down. A huge amount of energy was poured into the void. Yun Nuashing turned and waved at the others. "Come, let's go and have a look. I've held back my power appropriately. There should be a few who can hold on for a few seconds in the energy of order annihilation. If we hurry up, we should be able to save them." Hui and the others were speechless. Really, the moment he opened his mouth, he was already talking about saving them. Even he himself knew that he could not break the barrier and hold back at the same time. So why not just beat them half to death before saving them? There was a lot of aura of disintegration left in the area hit by order annihilation. All known rules and order were disintegrated. If this attack was directly aimed at the void environment or the concept layer of rules, the entire place would probably not be good. At this moment, there were already many energy anomalies appearing in the area. Furthermore, walking in such a place was like walking on a mountain of jagged rocks. Every 2 steps, one would have to crawl and tremble. Just holding up the order barrier might not be able to protect oneself. This is the first time I've walked into the destructive area of order annihilation. I didn't expect to see such a reaction. Hui quickly rushed into the destroyed area. The violent energy coming at him gave him a shock. Even if it was just the remnant energy, when it hit his barrier, it flashed and shook. It was an attack that was specially designed to destroy order and rules. It had an extremely tyrannical and unreasonable destructive power against all barriers. Yun Nuashing led the 2 girls and walked forward quickly. After a while, they found a few energy guards whose armor was broken, and only their energy bodies were left on the ground that seemed to have been burned once. They hurried over, just as Siyu was about to touch the first one. The energy guard dissipated into light and energy particles just as she squatted down. She was stunned. We didn't make it in time. No problem. We made it in time. Yun Nuashing waved his hand to greet everyone. He grabbed the last remaining energy guard and froze it in a piece of origin energy crystal. He used the origin energy to protect it and at the same time deal with the abnormal damage caused by the destruction of order. Jing Yun quickly went forward and touched the energy crystal. A surge of energy surged into it. After a while, she was delighted. "Brother, this is the commander." "Ha! You've caught the most important one." "What?" Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked. "The commander. Is it very special?" "Of course, compared to an entire squad of guards, an individual commander is more important, especially in a situation like this." Jing Yin laughed so hard that his eyebrows were twitching. While poking the energy crystal, he said, "The fatal flaw of the Guardian of Order, which is an imitation of the soldiers of chaos, is that it is dull and dull. It does not have any self-consciousness, and it will not carry out an order until the end of time." Yun Nuashing listened for 2 seconds and felt that something was not right. "So you want to control them? Control them all the time? Those low-level puppets?" "That's right. That's why I said it's a defective product." Jingyin shrugged and showed a meaningful smile. Seeing that, Yun Nuashing and the others knew that this guy must have something to say. And seeing that he kept touching the energy crystal, it must have something to do with the guy inside. After a while, Jingyun continued, "In order to solve this problem, we spent many years researching an individual that could control the Guardians of Order, and that is the commanding individual that you see. Now, let me mention one more thing, the Abyssal Death Shroud. Do you think of anything?" Hui was startled. "Is the commander in the Abyssal Death Shroud also—" "They are almost the same type. They are all special models that were created to better control the energy imitations of the soldiers of chaos. However, the Abyssal Death Shroud spawn belongs to chaos. What we see now belongs to order." Jing Yun nodded and continued. "As the core of the core, the superior of the order guards, the commander has the most comprehensive preservation of all kinds of information about the order guards. It even has the most complete and perfect structural rules. It itself is a mobile information carrier." At this point, Yun Nuashing also understood. In other words, only one commander is needed to try to replicate the order guards of your era. Seeing Jing Yun nodding with a smile, Yun Nuashing suddenly narrowed her eyes. "You can even change it a little. For example, origin energy, origin energy, origin energy, something like that." Jing Yin was also surprised when she heard that. Her answer was instinctive. Yes, you can. If you have the time, you can. Why don't you try to pin this guy down before we talk about the rest?" Hui reached out and patted the origin crystal. He then turned to Maple and the others. "It has woken up and is still struggling. I tried to hold it down, but the patient is resisting very fiercely. The things in its head are a mess, but it doesn't seem like it will self-destruct, so you don't have to worry about doing something wrong. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing walked forward and reached out to press on the crystal. The surging origin energy collapsed inward, and all of it drilled into the energy body of the commanding individual. The latter instantly stiffened with the surge of energy. Hui and the others were also stunned when they saw this. They subconsciously said, Did you kill him? You just killed it. It was not easy to save it, and you killed it again. Do you think I'm crazy? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at him in annoyance and continued to control the origin energy to drill into the energy body of the commanding individual. In a short while, he directly killed his way to the vicinity of its structural rules. Light surged, and a series of strange tinkling sounds rang out. Hui and the others did not know what Yun Nuashing was doing. They only saw the commander trembling inside the crystal as if he was having a stroke. If they did not see his serious face, they would have thought that he was really trying to torture it to death. The whole process lasted for 5 minutes. They watched it tremble for 5 minutes, and then there was a strange, as if some kind of energy was vibrating and reverberating in the void, suddenly rang in their ears. They saw the commander stop moving. Many colorful energy patterns suddenly appeared on the surface of the pure golden energy body. Finally, there was a dazzling light flashing in the position of the eyes, and the origin energy, crystal, dissipated. The Order Guardian, whose body was covered in colorful runes, froze for a few seconds. Then it spoke to itself. Its hollow voice, which could not be identified as a gender, rang in their ears. On standby, waiting for instructions. The situation seems to be good. Jing Yin Nuashing walked up to the commander and patted it a few times. There's no problem. Little brother, keep it first. We'll find time to torture it when we get back. There are other things that we haven't finished yet. Yun Nuashing also checked it up and down. When she felt that there was no problem, she kept it in her spiritual world. She let out a long sigh. Phew! I'll leave it to the little girl to study. Let's continue moving forward. I don't know if such a big movement here has attracted the other party's attention if we're discovered. Hui, who had just walked 2 steps, heard that, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead again. The moment the door opens, they're going to hit us in the face, just like just now. Yun Nuashing and the others could not help but laugh bitterly at the mention of being hit in the face by a large group of Order Guardians when they just opened the door. Who would have thought that such a group of wretched fellows would be hiding behind a door that did not have any energy movement? The later part of the journey was relatively smooth. They passed through many halls, passages, and saw many forks. However, the later forks they saw were even more tightly blocked. Dozens of layers of thick energy seals were hung, and the deeper they went, the stronger the seals were. The power prepared in each of the halls was also so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. Yun Nuashing had to walk carefully with her back hunched. Although it looked quite scary on the other hand, it also proved that the sealed artifact that might exist in the deepest part of the hall was far from breaking the seal. It was just that there were more wounds in the passages, and it looked even more horrifying. How long until we reach the end of this soul-subduing ring? We could not help but mutter as they crossed another hall. The design of this place was a little too big, and it seemed that many places were empty and filled with defensive power. Could it be that this place was used to store these things and had no other purpose? Jing Yin counted with her fingers, but shook her head. I'm not sure either. According to the normal model of the soul-subduing ring, we should have reached the end long ago, but this one seems to be a little bigger. Originally, every hall in the soul-suppressing ring had a teleportation portal, but it's obvious that this one has been abandoned. The forked paths we saw on the way here actually led to another space, but looking at how they've been completely blocked, those spaces might have been abandoned as well. Jing Yun sighed. He scratched his cheek. Did we go the wrong way? It's a main road to the end. There are no meaningful forks. Those are all other spaces. Jing Yin shook her head in response. The road behind them was filled with repeated passages and halls. It was like an endless corridor that kept extending forward in front of them, and they could never see the end. Even after reaching a certain hall, there was no barrier separating the passage from the hall. The energy barrier was in a silent state, which surprised everyone. Yun Nuoxing squatted down and checked the surroundings. Her eyes trembled slightly. She waved her hand and enveloped the group in the domain of origin energy to hide them. There are traces of someone walking past. He should have just walked past, and it hasn't been long. Hui took a deep breath and took out the guardian's sword and shield. Are we almost there? Maybe. Yun Nuoxing gently. She gritted her teeth and pushed the door in front of her stealthily. It was as if she was secretly opening the door in the middle of the night and trying to sneak out. At this time, if she made a sound, bang! SSS, the heavy door made a loud bang, causing Yun Nuoxing and the others to grimace in pain, tilting their heads and covering their faces. They looked terrible. After the sound quietly faded, Yun Nuoxing tried to push the door open a little more, allowing the four of them to slip through the door. Then he secretly and quietly closed the door. This time, the door did not make too much noise, which made them all heave a sigh of relief. After crossing the passageway, they arrived at the hall. At this moment, the style of the hall had changed. It was as dark as before. The entire hall had taken on the shape of a sea urchin. The surrounding walls and floor had turned a dark, silvery white. The floor was no longer covered with endless magic arrays. Instead, it was covered with energy patterns that emitted a green energy light. It seemed as though countless amounts of energy were being transmitted from many places to some unknown place through these energy patterns. This is the deepest part of the soul suppressing ring. Jing Yin said in a low voice. Even though she knew that they were all hiding behind the energy barrier, she still subconsciously lowered her voice. You can just treat this as the core of the spiritual temple. The core of the spiritual temple was the place where countless souls were hibernating and waiting to be awakened. In that case, this hall in the deepest part of the soul suppressing ring was the spiritual temple where countless souls stayed. But it's so quiet. Feng Qinghuang said in a low voice. Although there are life auras, they are very weak. There are only some traces left behind. Most of the life auras are over there. She pointed her slender finger to the deepest part of the hall. Yun Nuoxing's group looked over and saw a tightly closed door. They all subconsciously looked at Jing Yin, who was the only one who understood this place. Over there. Strange. Why are they all gathered there? Over there are souls that have been declared abandoned for treatment and have been deeply infected by the power of primal chaos. They have no choice but to give up. That can't be right. Jing Yan's expression stiffened as she spoke. Huey's face twitched as well. It can't be that we'll see a bunch of primal souls that have been infected by the power of primal chaos pouncing on us the moment we open the door, right? Ah, that was a rather terrible question. They all fell silent at once. Now, they didn't know whether they should open the door or not. Yun Nuoxing thought for a while, waved her hand, and took the lead to step forward. She strengthened the energy barrier at the same time. Then, she stuck close to the 30 Zhangtal door and spread her soul power inside. She pricked up her ears to listen to the sounds inside. After a while, she made a no-problem gesture to everyone and pointed at the door. Hui and the others all moved closer and listened carefully. The sounds from inside immediately reached their ears. The situation here is definitely not good, but we can't give up just like that. What can we do? We can only drag it out and see which side can't hold on first. It's going to take a long time. Is that so? Even you guys won't be able to guard this place for long. Here and outside and beyond. Phew! When Her Eminence gave us this mission, they didn't think it would be so difficult. It was the voice of the young man in the green robe. They had been listening to what he was talking about with the others since they were on their way here. so they didn't know for the time being. There's not much time left. This was the third voice. It sounded a little muddy, like a whisper. It's been too long. Everyone's souls have only left a minimum amount of power. If we hadn't secretly adjusted them, they might have been exhausted in advance. But we can't go that far yet. The time hasn't come yet, but there's not much time left. The young man in the green robe asked, "How long can it be suppressed?" It's hard to say. From the beginning to the end, it's not as we wish to suppress it. It's as if it's just bored and cooperated with us. What it wants to do is purely up to it. A few days ago, it broke free once. We were all prepared to die together with it. Unexpectedly, it became quiet again. We have to make a choice as soon as possible. Do we hold this world together and declare that our mission has failed? Or do we have to sacrifice everything to continue the mission? Buddy, these two choices aren't necessarily up to us to decide. Ah, yes, but at the very least, we can make the first decision before it, right? Yes, but at least we have to wait until the final moment comes. Until the final moment comes. For the sake of our lost world. Many voices sounded one after another, and it was a little noisy. As for the real content, Yun Nuashing and the others didn't hear much. The most important thing they heard was probably the phrase, "We'll all die together." Anyway, when they heard it, their faces were a little dark. Chapter 17:25. It was normal for this world to have some problems. Be it the void, every world, or even every planet, every region, every country, every city, every family, there would always be some issues that were not easy to deal with. Either the issues would be resolved, or the issues would be resolved. There were only two outcomes. As for how this problem was caused, who knew? As for whether there were any secrets hidden in this place, well, every family had their own secrets, and the void had its own secrets as well. It was very normal for people to hide things that were fatal or not worth mentioning. There was nothing surprising about it. As for what kind of things were involved, it would depend on what kind of person was hiding them. Anyway, Yun Nuashing felt that the group of people who were suspected to be the inheritors and the original inheritors were gathered together to discuss something. It was definitely not an ordinary matter. Between the lines, they were all talking about their fear of something. They were suppressing it, destroying it indiscriminately, and not being able to control it. These few short sentences made him think of something that could not be worse. According to the things that happened recently, even if it was not another chaos concept body, it was definitely related to chaos. However, this was a space created by the primordial god. Could the forces of chaos invade this place? He was not sure. The world of order had been defeated once. It seemed to be reasonable to discuss anything with that as the basis. Coincidentally, the void of chaos had also launched a large-scale attack on the world of order, the tide of chaos. It was still unclear what level and extent of the attack had caused the world of order to turn into a mess. On the surface, it seemed like nothing had happened. In fact, they were already trying to save the world of order. It was just that they could not find a better solution other than cutting it open. As Yun Nuashing's mind was wandering, the conversation in the space in front of him suddenly stopped. The people inside seemed to be saying goodbye to each other. Then, he heard footsteps coming towards the door. Yun Nuashing snapped back to reality and pushed the two girls to the side of the door. The door in front of him suddenly opened. A young man in a green robe slowly walked out. He looked up at the sea, urchin-like hull, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he suddenly turned around. Yun Nuashing and the others were shocked. Just as they thought that they had been exposed, they heard him say to the people inside the room, "Just wait for my good news. Maybe this time it will work, right?" After saying that, he walked out of the hall without waiting for a response. As the door closed with a bang, the entire hall returned to silence. Siyu watched the young man in green robe leave. Suddenly, she whispered in Yun Nuashing's ear, "Didn't he think that it was too far away? It took us so long to walk in." This. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. The atmosphere that was not serious to begin with collapsed because of this sentence. Yun Nuashing reached out and scratched Siyu's head a few times as a response. The door in the hall was not closed tightly. It was only half open. Yun Nuashing was curious and wanted to poke her head in to take a look. However, after thinking about it, she shook her head and stopped Hui and Siyu from doing anything. She waved her hand and turned around. Forget it. Let's go. Oh, aha. Jing Yin responded, subconsciously. Then she was stunned. Aren't we going in to take a look? Aren't you afraid that you will see all the people inside, fully armed to the teeth as soon as you enter? Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry as she shook her head. We are outsiders, after all. Furthermore, we are in hiding. We can only see and hear for ourselves when we obtain information. If we want to grab someone and interrogate them directly, I don't think that's possible. At least we have to come in openly. As he said that, he sighed and his face darkened. Trespassing into the territory every day. I don't want to be labeled as such again. There's nothing to worry about. We have already come to this point. What's there to be afraid of? No, that's why. Yun Nuashing sighed in response. Then she was stunned. Hui and the others were also stunned. They did not seem to have said those words just now. Siyu clapped her hands. Ah, we've been caught. Yun Nuashing. Even the origin energy's invisibility was not useful these days? Or was it that they had already been discovered when they were making a ruckus in the passageway? For example, if they left an energy mark, they would be able to sense it. Jie, the unlatched door slowly moved inward until it was completely open. A voice came from inside, causing Yun Nuashing and the others to smile even more bitterly. Friends from the outside, please come in for a chat. Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry as she tugged at her fringe. No, I'm sure that there's no problem with our invisibility. Why is the origin energy's ineffectiveness these days? This can't be. Hui spread out his hands. After all, we trespassed into the territory. Don't mention that word. I'm allergic. The five of them looked at each other for a moment. Yun Nuashing sighed. Since they were already here and had been discovered, there was nothing to worry about. She removed her invisibility and walked directly in. Immediately, she turned her head and walked into the door, leading the others into the small room. Inside the door was a very spacious space. A soft blue shimmer was emitted from the metallic floor, slightly illuminating this huge, spacious space. However, the entire space above was dark, and the light could not illuminate the other side. The space in front of them was a square hall. The floor was illuminated by the soft blue light, and there were clusters of blue crystals of varying sizes. Walking in was like walking into a mirror maze, and they could see their own reflections in all directions. Walking along these clusters of crystals toward the center of the hall, they found that these clusters of crystals were distributed in a circular shape. From the center of the hall to the outside, the clusters of crystals were larger. However, in the center, there was a huge crystal that was so huge that it made people dizzy. In the forest, the cluster of crystals in the center pointed upward like a sharp sword. When they walked into the crystal forest, the blue crystal clusters emitted a faint fluorescent light. It was as if they had walked into the forest on a summer night and startled the fireflies on the ground. The sky was full of light, dots dancing in the air. It looked quite beautiful. The extraordinarily huge cluster of crystals in the center also released countless light particles. They hovered in the air for a while, and then gathered below the cluster of crystals. After a few seconds, these white and gold examples merged together and condensed into a solid figure. It was a girl who looked to be in her 20s. Her face was stiff and expressionless. Her gray eyes were like mirrors that reflected Yun Nuashing and the others who had walked into the crystal forest. There was no emotion or emotion in them. She was wearing the same white uniform as the white-haired inheritor and the green-robed youth. Her figure was almost solid, but the outline of her body was shining with a thin layer of green-blue light film. It was like a mark that was deliberately added to distinguish the boundary between her and the real world. Since she appeared, her eyes fell on Yun Nuashing and stared at him closely. When the latter and the others came closer, she slowly nodded and bowed and said softly in a low voice, "Gaian, the inheritor of the god of destruction, we have been waiting here for a long time." "How did you know?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. He had not even opened his mouth, and the girl had already exposed him. "You have the aura of the god of destruction on you. It is very close, very close. For a moment, we even mistook it for the presence of the god of destruction." Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched slightly. Well, it seemed that he was too close to her, and even his aura was 80% similar to hers. He guessed that the only difference between them now was in strength. All right. He sighed and narrowed his eyes, seeming a little helpless. "So when were we exposed?" The girl in white continued to use that strange, deep voice to reply, "When you came in, we sensed your presence." Yun Nuashing wanted to say something, but Hui suddenly stepped forward and said excitedly, "So those magic circles, the guardians of order, and the like were all you're doing?" "No, that was just a problem with the self-defense mechanism of the soul subduing ring, and it classified you as hostile intruders." She shook her head lightly, and when she spoke, her voice suddenly became as gentle as flowing water. "We have been guarding the soul subduing ring for a very, very long time. Even though it is a creation of the god of destruction, it still suffered irreversible damage under the dual effects of time and destruction. You, who have never appeared in the records of the soul subduing ring, were classified as hostile intruders even though you have the aura of origin. That part of the defense mechanism that went out of control was triggered by you." The sudden change in the voice made Yun Nuashing feel that something was wrong. As if he was catching the words, he asked in confusion, "You guys?" "Yes, we." She nodded. Yun Nuashing's colorful eyes scanned the person in front of her for a long time. She pinched a strand of hair that fell to her waist, and after a long time, she seemed to understand something. "Oh, you are an entity formed by fusing multiple souls and soul fragments?" "Yes." "Is it to preserve those souls that are about to collapse?" "Yes." Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of something. She turned around and looked at the crystal forest. "These crystals are also used to preserve souls?" "Yes." It was a monotonous response. Even though her face was stiff, he could still hear her, the faint trembling in her voice, and it was not difficult to see the struggle and sigh in their hearts. "How many of you are there?" She moved for the first time. She slightly spread her arms and calmly replied, "This body has gathered 120 souls. This body is the amalgamation of these 120 souls. We are ourselves, and we are the continuation of our lost world. So you know that the passing of that era, as well as the origin heavenly god and the others." Jing Yun sighed when she heard this. "That is a fact that needs to be faced." Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. His colorful eyes and the pair of gray eyes looked at each other. "What's wrong with this world?" There was a long silence. Even the light of the crystals around them dimmed a little. The fireflies that were flying around them also stopped. A large wave of confusion and blankness washed over Yun Nuashing and the others. It couldn't be that even they themselves didn't know what was going on, right? Was it really that the onlookers saw more clearly than the onlookers, but they had just arrived and they didn't know anything either? I don't know. In the end, the answer was given as they expected, but it made their heads hurt a little. They had gone through a lot. It wasn't that exaggerated to come to this world. And the first group of people they met, they didn't know much about this world. They didn't even know what was going on the other side. But from what they heard from the other side, they knew what was going on the other side, and they even tried desperately to reach out to them in an attempt to contact them. They really spent a lot of effort and even paid the price of overdrawing the power of this world. But when they reached out, they couldn't touch anything. After that, they also didn't know what was going on in this world. They only knew that there was definitely a problem. Then let me put it another way. What is this world going through? Yun Nuashing waved her hand with a pained expression. I heard everything you said just now. What are you suppressing in the soul suppression ring? You are trying to continue the mission of this world. What are you doing? Your so-called mission. What is it? What followed was a longer silence, and the atmosphere seemed to be a little oppressive. Yun Nuashing saw that her expression was flickering, and the crystal light around her was also flickering. There were multiple thoughts intersecting here, and it seemed like there was a dispute. He didn't doubt that it was the 120 souls fiercely fighting at the soul level, quarreling with themselves, arguing with themselves, fighting with themselves, and so on. And this process continued for a whole 10 minutes without ending. Just when Yun Nuashing and the others thought that they couldn't come to a conclusion and wanted to urge or do something, the girl in white suddenly spoke, and they all turned their attention. We have accepted the mission of passing down some things from the God of Origin. It is also a legacy. This mission should have ended when you all arrived. But her voice suddenly changed. It was a man's voice, and it sounded urgent. There's an uncontrollable reason that obstructs the entire mission. We can't decide whether or not we should tell you what's going on here. That is, what we need to face is an extremely terrifying existence. It exists here, waiting in the soul suppression ring, sleeping forever. But it is a person who is pretending to be asleep. We don't know what it is, but we know that it suddenly descended here. The world fell into darkness. Chaos, endless chaos, darkness and madness. There were 7 to 8 different voices coming out at the same time. Just like when they were eavesdropping outside the door, it sounded like a bunch of people were talking, but in fact it was just one person acting as a bunch of people and using a small mouth to say 120 different sound effects. As Yun Nuashing listened, his expression gradually turned gloomy. This obvious description, this complete statement confirmed the thoughts in his heart. Chaotic concept body. The noisy thoughts instantly stopped because of those 5 words. At the same time, all of them stiffened and were forcefully suppressed from speaking. After another period of silence, everyone thought that they would hear the expected answer. But instead, they saw her gently shaking her head. No, I can only determine that it is related to chaos, but it is not a concept of chaos. Yun Nuashing. Okay, wrong guess. Then, take us to see its situation. Yun Nuashing raised his head and stared straight at her. If you can't solve it, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he smiled bitterly. We might not be able to solve it either. Everyone, cough, cough. But how would I know if I don't take a look? Although there is a difference in the concept of an era or something like that, my foundation remains the same. Since I'm a member of Order, fighting against chaos is something that cannot be avoided. It's a decision that I can make without thinking, isn't it? Yun Nuashing spread his hands and laughed. Things were finally clear. The mission passed down by the heavenly God of Origin was blocked by that unknown ghost, leaving them in a dilemma. That was easy. If they could just kill that ghost. As for whether they could kill it or not, well, that was another matter. Yes, anyway, let us go and see the situation first. Hui also waved his hand. Our situation is a little special. We can't tell if there is really no way to kill that ghost without seeing it. You see, the successor of the heavenly god of destruction. You haven't seen it before, right? Maybe there is a chance. Hui slapped Yun Nuashing on the shoulder, and the latter's cheeks twitched. If it was not for the fact that it was not a good time to talk back, he would have punched him into the void. At first, they thought that the matter should have progressed to the next step, but in the end, she still calmly shook her head, causing them to be stunned. Just as they were about to say something, they opened their mouths and replied, "The gate we are guarding has a flaw, so it can't be opened from our side. We can only determine whether it is obedient from the degree of loosening of the gate." Slap. Yun Nuashing and the others slapped their faces. They were all speechless. He was so speechless that he had a heart attack. Now he finally understood what she meant by 771 paths. all of which lead to death. This was too fragmented. No, but isn't this made by the heavenly God of origin? Hui stared at her with his eyes wide open. How can there be a defect just because you say so? What kind of defect is it that you can't even open the gate? Did you break the doorknob? See, you could not help but ask. Did you break the gate when you broke in? For the first time, the girl in white had an expression on her face. She looked at Siyu with a little surprise, then turned her head and continued to look at Yun Nuashing. The expression on her face changed for a moment, as if she was communicating something internally. After a while, she suddenly bowed slightly and turned around. Please come with us. This was the second time this subtle movement had happened, and Hui noticed it. He could not help but say to Maple in his soul, there is also a level gap among the heavenly gods of origin. Look at her. Their attitude towards you seems to be able to tell. They have never met each other before, and they are all inheritors, but they are showing respect. At the mention of this, Yun Nuashing, who had just taken 2 steps forward, froze. He suddenly recalled the image he saw in the depths of the White Palace in the model of the continent of origin. He still remembered that she was standing below the person on the throne at that time, one of the 3 people. Oh, if that's the case, she does seem to be in a very high position. Hui nodded in understanding, but I don't think so. It should be her own situation that is special. Yun Nuashing then shook his head and sighed. Forget it. There is no point in talking about this now. They went around the crystal forest and continued to walk into the depths of the square space. They thought that they would soon reach the end. Before they stepped out of the crystal forest, they could still see the walls of the room at a glance. After they stepped out of the crystal forest, the space in front of them widened a lot in an instant. While the space behind them did not change, the space in front of them that had just extended out quickly changed. Clusters of crystals appeared on the road on both sides, but these crystals seemed to be used for illumination. They were not the crystal clusters that were used to assist in storing souls in the forest just now. In a short while, they reached the end of this extended space. The girl in white stopped in front of them. Yun Nuashing and the others also came closer before they stopped. They raised their heads and looked forward, then naturally looked around. It was still a square space that looked like a hall. On the wall in front of them, they could see a circle about 1,000 feet in diameter. The whole circle was cast with crystals, but they were the kind of gray, dim crystals that seemed to have lost all their energy and become useless decorations. On the left and right sides of the crystal circle that had lost its luster, they could see huge weapons of different shapes made of stone inlaid on the wall. At a glance, when they saw the many weapons, except for Yun Nuashing, Hui and the others felt a vast and mighty aura that transcended time rushing towards them. The aura that was like a torrent rushing towards them. It was as if they were not made of stone, but real divine weapons that were covered with a layer of stone and inlaid here. The aura was as heavy as a vast galaxy, causing their feet to tremble uncontrollably. The weapons made by the god of origin. Jing Yan's cheeks trembled slightly. As she had seen many of them, she was more used to it. She only trembled for a moment before returning to normal. But the energy has been lost, leaving only some aura that is inscribed with the passage of time. If the undamaged genuine was placed here, I reckon that we would not be able to withstand the pressure and would have retreated. The door is here. The girl's voice quietly sounded, reverting to the second gentle voice. She floated to the front of the dim crystal wall and pressed her palm lightly on the dim crystal wall. When she saw that their eyes were focused on her, she gently raised her hand and pointed upwards, reminding them softly, "Flaw." Yun Nuashing and the others moved closer and raised their heads to look at the dim crystal wall. In the middle of the wall, there was indeed a huge gap. As the wall was surrounded by crystals, one would not be able to see it clearly if they did not pay attention. Moreover, the gap was exceptionally rough. It was obvious that it was violently torn open. Yun Nuashing subconsciously took out the blue fragment. Hui and the others also abruptly turned their heads to look at the fragment in his hand. It was the size of a palm. Then they raised their heads and looked at the gap that was 100 to 200 meters long. For a moment, they were all silent. What about the fragment? Yun Nuashing felt that her voice was a little stiff. I don't know. Well, this was the expected answer. They thought that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, but now it seemed that they had seen a mirage. Yun Nuashing sighed with a gloomy face. She pulled her hair and had a headache. Her mind was full of nagging. Jing Yin suddenly screamed at this moment, causing Yun Nuashing and the others to tremble. They looked at the former, who was dancing with excitement, and couldn't help but ask, "What are you screaming for?" Fragment. Jing Yin slapped the young man's shoulder, causing the latter to be stunned. That fragment. It looks like that fragment. Yun Nuashing? ? It's the fragment. Jing Yin was excited for a while. Then she quickly shouted, "Young man, the fragment that you saw last in the area where we met. The fragment that created another void and created another timeline with a tremor. Yun Nuashing." Chapter 17:26. There was nothing left in the void. Most things that fell into the void would slowly be eroded and disintegrated by the void, reverting to their energy form before they were born. Everything would return to the void, but that was not the case for origin creations. Creations with origin energy and origin rules would not be eroded even if they were placed in the void, existing forever with the world. That was how it should be. As a result, what they saw along the way was that all kinds of origin creations were destroyed in fancy ways. Here was a fragment, and there was a pile of broken garbage. Now, it was not that the void was full of their traces, but that the void was full of the garbage they had created. It was truly disillusionment, complete disillusionment. Well, the world was unpredictable. After all, the heavenly gods of origin had been killed, and the things they left behind were not really indestructible. At least, there was a group of inhuman things in the chaotic void that could destroy the things they left behind. For example, now, the thing that was 800% of their creation was damaged for some unknown reason. The doorknob was sent flying, and the doorknob had made an epic journey along the void. Look at what it had done. It had taken away several void regions and used its own rules to fuse them into a normal void. Although the interior was still a zero-point world, it was a little different from the zero-point world's timeline. Incidentally, it had also snatched a bunch of worlds from them when they were resonating with the timeline. Now, look at the protagonist who caused the series of events. Well, it was just a fragment, a doorknob that should have been embedded here. Yun Nuashing still remembered the fragment that Jing Yin mentioned. After all, it was something that had been handled by him, so it left a deep impression on him. Now that Jing Yin mentioned it, he immediately raised his head and looked at the gap in the crystal wall. The image of the obsidian fragment appeared in his mind. He pointed it at the gap in front of him and reduced the size of the fragment according to the proportion. Then he could place it perfectly in the gap. The puzzle pieces matched. As for the fragment, I didn't bring it with me. Yun Nuashing shook her head in response to Jing Yin and the others' stares. That thing has been hanging beside the divine realm ever since it was dragged back from another place that isolated the void from the timeline. There was no time to deal with it. But look at what happened after we returned. Leaving aside the fact that someone put me in a sack and dragged me away, there were all sorts of troublesome things that happened after that, and I've been lying in bed for 100 billion years. Where would I have the time to deal with it? Jing Yun laughed dryly. He scratched his head and pretended to be dumb. Yun Nuashing glanced at him impatiently. She took out her crossed arms and waved gently, but the mark left on the fragment still exists. It shouldn't be a problem to drag it here from the other side. Wait a minute, I'll move it over. With that, he moved first. His long, colorful hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his entire body shone with a thick layer of colorful light. Massive energy surged out of his body and drilled into the void, before disappearing instantly as if it had fallen into a black hole and was nowhere to be found. While Feng was busy, Hui and Jing Yun did not wait idly. They looked around the dimly lit hall, and in the next moment they took out energy towers that were hundreds of feet tall, shrunk them a little, and pressed them on the ground. Energy runes and many runes climbed out of the towers and into the space, connecting it to the space. Feng Qinghuang and Siyu saw it and guessed that they were going to establish the first base here, and quickly took out the energy towers that they had been keeping. "What are you doing?" The girl in white, who was 120 souls, saw what they were doing and moved closer to them, looking at the Origin energy towers. After a moment of silence, she said, "Origin energy, Origin rules. Great power, weapons of war. What else can we do?" Hui put down the energy tower in his hand without looking back and sighed. "Of course, I'm prepared to fight at any time. Let's not talk about whether that thing inside is a chaos concept body, but we've encountered chaos concept bodies one after another over the years. I'm a little traumatized. As long as there's a 1% chance that it's a chaos concept body, I'm prepared to press its face into the void and wash it." As she listened, her stiff expression suddenly twitched, and she repeated, "Over the years. It is now the middle of the 51st era, and we are about to enter the late period. The Order Void is very chaotic now, and a bunch of ill-intentioned fellows who have stolen the Chaos Concept Body are preparing to make the Order Void their own backyard and cause trouble as they wish." Jing Yun casually replied, even as she was fiddling with the Origin energy towers. "But we have time to talk about that. Tremors, a moderate tremor suddenly occurred, startling Jing Yun and the others. They subconsciously stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at planet Yun Nuo. However, he still had his eyes closed, concentrating on guiding the fragment to cross the void and arrive here. Moreover, he seemed to have sensed the tremor just now and opened his eyes. It seemed that it was not caused by him. Then, they turned their gazes to the girl in white. At this moment, they were staring at the dim, crystal wall. After a moment of silence, the energy that remained in the hall suddenly moved and gathered towards this place. Anomaly, low-level intensity. Within a safe range, the intensity is gradually increasing. She softly muttered to herself. Hui and Jingyun slowly stood up, and the energy in their bodies began to circulate as they stared at the crystal wall vigilantly. Hui waved at Siyu and Feng Qinghuang, signaling them to step back, and then took out the guardian's sword and shield. Holding her breath, Jing Yun subconsciously pressed down on the energy tower that she had just prepared. Strands of energy runes spread out from her palm and wrapped around the tower, and the glittering energy crystals were constantly swallowing the light of Origin energy. The originally dull, gray, crystal wall suddenly became a little darker. The light was swallowed up, and the wall was dyed black by an unknown substance. An extremely uncomfortable aura slowly gathered behind the wall, as if it wanted to seep in. Buzz. When the entire crystal wall turned into a deep black, the surface of the many giant stone weapons that stood on both sides of the wall began to glow with energy runes. The Origin energy trembled within the stones and kept leaking into the space and coincidentally gathered at the crystal wall. The collision of the two forces of order happened quietly, and it was not as violent as when they collided in the void. Everything happened in silence. The thick black luster on the crystal wall lasted for about 5 minutes under the suppression of the Origin energy. During that time, the chaos energy kept growing, but it did not grow to the point where it could break through the seal of the Origin energy. After 5 minutes, it slowly dimmed, and the crystal wall slowly returned to its original dull gray state under the golden light. The chaos energy that filled the dim hall gradually dissipated. Phew! I thought a fight was going to break out soon. We let out a sigh of relief. At this time, they did not even have a defensive position ready. If a fight broke out hastily, the chances of them losing would not be low. It's still within the safe range. Don't worry. She spoke softly, and then immediately changed to a crisp male voice. However, there is not much time left. Its activities are becoming more frequent, and its energy is becoming more and more frenzied. I'm afraid that before long, even this last layer of deceit will be easily disintegrated. He scratched his head and looked at the stone weapons inlaid on the wall. He frowned in confusion. But aren't those all made by the gods of origin? Even their energy can't suppress that thing behind the door? Those things have been there for too long. Jing Yin answered on behalf of Hui Jun. He looked at Hui Jun and shrugged. Like I said just now, these things were indeed made by the gods of origin, but obviously they were not kept well. The origin energy and the origin law also felt a little rushed. So, after such a long time, they will naturally have some problems. Just like the relics of origin you saw in the cloud continent before. Too much time has passed, and too few traces have been left. Gradually, they could not withstand the corrosion of time. The girl in white nodded. Anyway, there was still some time. Hui and Jing Yun quickly dealt with the energy towers that were standing there, seizing the time to set them up so that the realm of order and the realm of origin could be deployed here first. According to conventional experience, when two things happened here, the whole thing would accelerate to the end. Feng Qing Huang and Siyu knew this very well. Generally speaking, when things had developed to this point, it was not far from the end. However, they still had many things to figure out. So, what is the mission that the gods of origin gave you? Siyu suddenly jumped to the side of the girl in white and asked softly. They tilted their heads and looked at her. Their gray eyes were emotionless. After a while, the female voice came out and answered on behalf of them. A hope for the world of order. Siyu was stunned. Her breath froze. Such an abstract statement, such an abstract description. Was it referring to something very important? Order. A trump card against chaos. As she spoke softly, she suddenly turned to look at Yun Nuashing, who was floating in the air, and muttered to herself, "You should be able to? At this moment, only the two of you can accept it." Hui and Jingyin looked at each other blankly and shook their heads. Trump card. Hope, such a mysterious thing. When they heard that it was left behind by the gods of origin, they were more or less a little excited. But to be honest, when they thought about the fate of the things left behind by the gods of origin, their excitement and anticipation were immediately extinguished. The girl in white seemed to have thought of something. Or rather, she felt that this was the right time. She suddenly opened her mouth and said a lot of things. After the gods sent us into this world, they told us that the void would usher in an earth-shattering change. We need to move towards the place where chaos cannot cover and escape from the vortex of chaos. The door that closed on that day had isolated this world from the outside world for countless years. We have always kept track of time, but we do not know when it will end. See, you could not help but ask, aren't you too curious about what is going to happen at that time? This is clearly a conversation of last words. It is fine. The air does not care about that. Or rather, we have divined a little and know what is going to happen to the void of order. She shook her head. Since this is the arrangement of your eminence, the successor only needs to accept the mission. Your eminence also mentioned other places and things. It seems that many people and worlds have been arranged to be preserved in the future. We don't know what's going on over there, but your eminence told us to take that hope and leave as far away as possible and never look back. At first, we could still vaguely connect with the gods. We could occasionally hear the chaotic whispers from the center of the void. The other parts of the void of order were relatively peaceful, and only the center was chaotic. Until one day, our connection with the gods was completely cut off. That was the same as what Brother Lei and the others had said. There should not be any cognitive deviation or error. Since the questions were almost over, there was only one question left. Then what is going on with this world? Why is it divided into two parts? I don't know. Hui and Jingyin, who had been listening, could not help but smile bitterly when they heard the answer. Things had come back to the original point. No one knew what was wrong with this world, why it was divided into two parts, and why there was a part of people who would go into an out-of-body state and wander around the stars. And these two spaces… forget it. Who knows what is going on? You really don't know anything? You frowned and poked the girl. Just say something. Say something you know. For example, what do you know about the other side, or what do you not know? The white-clothed girl's eyebrows seemed to twitch again. She tilted her head and looked at Cu, who was circling them. She also lowered her head and pondered. White lines flashed across her gray eyes as if there was a lot of information. At first, they did not exist. Until a certain moment, they appeared on the other side of the stars. Yep, she did say something in the end. As for whether it was useful or not, it was probably useful. With this piece of information, it was possible to guess that perhaps the origin, Heavenly God, had split this world into two parts to preserve it separately or something. But it seems to be completely unnecessary. We could not help but mumble. Why split it into two parts? Then I don't know. You have to ask the origin, Heavenly God. Jing Yin stopped messing with the origin energy tower and threw a glance at the young man. Or wait for the young man to understand and ask him for an answer or something. I think that Hope will definitely see the message left behind by the origin, Heavenly God. Based on what we know about the origin, this is already an experience. Speaking of that, we finished dealing with the last energy tower and looked up at Maple. Maple, I'm done here. How's your side? As soon as his voice trailed off, the space in front of Yun Nuashing suddenly split open. It was a fissure that reflected the dark colors of the void. He turned around and nodded. Okay, the fissure is open. Come and help me hold the door open. I'll bring the thing over. Hold it open. Hui was stunned. Although he was still confused, he had to go over first. As soon as he went over, Maple threw the blue shard into his hand. There was still a vast amount of origin energy rolling in the shard. It seemed that the shard was used to hold open the fissure in this world. Yun Nuashing reached out and touched the surface of the fissure. A circle of ripples quickly spread across the entire fissure. Then a huge amount of origin energy began to gather, and the fissure trembled slightly. Huey's expression turned serious. Now that he was helping to hold the door open, he knew better than anyone what was going on in the fissure. There was an extremely huge existence trying to cross into this space through the fissure. The energy shock caused by the other side of the door was already quite shocking. If things went wrong, it would not be difficult to tear the void on both sides of the door open. Crack. Everyone in the hall turned to look at the space beside the crack. They were shocked when they saw that a piece of the space beside the crack had been shattered like glass. Then, a slight tremor suddenly descended, and it was rapidly intensifying. What a big movement! Yun Nuashing felt that something was wrong. She raised her hand and threw out a circle to surround the fissure. The origin energy gushed out and enveloped the entire fissure. The tremor caused by the fissure was also reduced by 90% in an instant. The girl in white raised her hand and released a torrent of energy, letting the light fall in the hall. The space that was still a little shaky suddenly quieted down completely. She stared straight at the spacious fissure. Her eyes flashed as she recognized the thing that was trying to come from behind the fissure, the aura of the door. She looked back at the crystal wall. The dim crystals were releasing a faint fluorescent light at this moment, as if something was about to return. She looked at it, and suddenly her eyes trembled. This movement is not right. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Before she could figure out what was wrong, the huge fissure floating in front of her suddenly shook violently. Energy ripples surged out from the two ends of the fissure and moved closer to the center. There were even circles of expanding energy halos behind the fissure, and in the middle of the halos, a sharp black slowly squeezed out of the fissure. Then it instantly rushed out of the fissure and rushed towards the crystal wall. It was so fast that no one present could react. When they came back to their senses, they saw that it had already crashed into the crystal wall. Ding! The crisp sound of the crystal hitting the wall spread throughout the hall in an instant. The fragments and the gap in the wall were perfectly stuck together. It was as if a broken mirror had been repaired. It was impossible to tell that it had been broken before. Then the crystal wall that was still dim a moment ago quickly shone with a colorful light. The surging origin energy quickly filled the entire crystal wall, making it look like a large piece of glass casting art. It was exceptionally dazzling. Just when Yun Nuashing thought that he had succeeded in closing the fissure and was about to discuss whether to directly rush in and fight with the chaotic, unknown thing. The light of the crystal wall suddenly became much brighter, as if there was a burst of bright light bursting out of a newborn nebula, and its brightness was still increasing. Everything in sight was almost dyed white by this overly dazzling light. We looked at the non-stop movement and sweated. Don't tell me it's going to do that. Yun Nuashing landed on the ground with a stiff face and quickly put up an energy barrier. As everyone knew, the origin energy, plus the unusually dazzling light, plus the surge of energy. The next step would be the rumbling sound of celebration. However, this law did not seem to apply to this world. The excessive surge of energy last time was caused by the heart of the world. It did not explode, but the statue had an abnormal phenomenon. And this time the accumulated energy of the crystal wall was obviously a little abnormal. But it was not too excited to crack. When the light almost swallowed the entire hall, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the center of the crystal wall. It was so dark that it seemed to be able to swallow the entire world of order. After that little bit of darkness appeared, it quickly spread to every corner of the crystal wall. The dazzling light was occupied by darkness and gray light in the next second. The entire hall seemed to have experienced the light of the creation of the world in just a short minute, and then the world quickly fell into the shadow of darkness. The breath of chaos suddenly burst out from it, and Yun Nuashing and the others' expressions changed rapidly. I knew it. When we encounter these things, there will not be a smooth sailing time. Yun Nuashing sighed with a bitter face. This was really, every time something happened to the origin, his life would be shortened. If there were no accidents, he would not be able to live up to the name of the origin. In an instant, the clamorous, frenzied, and incomparably enormous tyrannical energy burst into the hall. However, as they had prepared their order domain beforehand, even if the energy of chaos suddenly attacked, the people in the hall weren't affected at all. The order domain, strengthened by the origin energy, could last for quite a long time in the domain of chaos. The girl in white turned around and closed the door with a wave of her hand. She sealed off the exit and did not allow the presence of chaos to leak out. They felt the violent energy of chaos wreaking havoc in the hall. Their gray eyes could not help but tremble slightly. The door is complete. However, its power has taken control of the door before us. It has been paying attention to this place all along. It has miscalculated. Trouble has come knocking on our door. We smiled bitterly. It is really urgent. We have not even gone there, and it has already come knocking on our door. It can't be helped. Jing Yin also did not know whether to laugh or cry as she knocked on her own head. The talent of chaos, preemptive strike. It is always them who comes looking for trouble with order first, no matter where it is. The chaotic energy that was roaming wildly in the hall was wanton, but it could not do anything to the thing in the golden realm. Yun Nuashing raised his eyes and looked at the chaotic energy around him. In a trance he could feel a weak will that existed in the chaotic energy. That will was looking at him. The pressure from the realm of order was directly attacking his soul, but it was blocked by the world core. Immediately afterward, he suddenly felt the realm core tremble violently. That inexplicable feeling caused his soul to tremble 3 times. His entire body trembled, and his vision also changed passively. At the place where his eyes were focused, the chaotic aura and the gloomy, cloud-like energy were suddenly peeled off its outer shell and penetrated deeper layer by layer. When he was close to the deepest part, a dazzling light suddenly rushed into his line of sight, causing his multicolored eyes to widen abruptly. A trace of astonishment inadvertently flowed out. That was the light of the origin energy. Chapter 17:27. The origin energy was understood literally. If one were to understand it in the simplest way, one might think that it was a power controlled by the origin, heavenly God. However, because it was too special, it was given a name with a special meaning. In fact, it was not wrong to understand it this way. In fact, Yun Nua used to understand it this way, until he understood some more special things and went deeper and deeper into it. The so-called origin energy was indeed a kind of power controlled by the heavenly God of origin. However, to be more specific, it would be, when the world was created more than 300 eras ago, the energy possessed by the order that was holed up in a corner was the true form of the origin energy. Then, at this moment, an equation was written in the void, the result of adding everything that the original order possessed, including the origin energy, would be the heavenly God of origin, and they were obviously equal to the existence on the other side of the void. They and the existence on the other side of the void each represented the entire void. Therefore, the fact that the origin energy was eroded by the presence of chaos, he had actually expected it. Order and chaos were opposites. If the origin energy could erode the power of chaos, then naturally the power of chaos could erode the origin energy as well. However, the position of the origin energy and the origin energy was too high. At first glance, it was indeed a little scary. In the void of order, the origin energy, represented by the heavenly God of origin. Perhaps not many beings of order would dare to believe that the origin energy would be eroded by the power of chaos one day. The purpose of this news would only be to disturb the minds of the beings of order. Is that so? Even the origin energy could be eroded by the power of chaos? Yun Nuashing's cheeks trembled. I can't hide it. He turned his head. The woman in white stretched her hand out of the range of the domain of order and directly touched the chaos energy that was flowing wildly in the hall. Her expressionless face seemed to stiffen for a moment. She even let out a soft sigh. Hui and the others were stunned when they said that. They immediately turned their gazes to Yun Nuashing, who was standing beside them. Seeing that he nodded in confirmation, their expressions became a little complicated once again. But it's not something that we can't accept or imagine. After all, they are on the same level as the origin energy, and they have been defeated once. Hui heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head helplessly. Feng, can you figure out which origin energy it is? Yun Nuashing shook her head. It's already distorted. Although it's the aura of the origin energy, I can't find any familiar feeling. I can't find the 147 or the other 49. Why? What are you trying to do? In the records of the God Realm, there was information on how to suppress the origin energy. Although I don't know which origin heavenly God left this information behind. I immediately thought of this. Hui shrugged. I don't think they were left behind for no reason. Could it be that they predicted something? Jing Yin suddenly felt that something was not right. Could it be that they had predicted that the origin energy left behind in the world would, and the chaos energy that could distort the origin energy? Yun Nuashing gently nodded in response to his worries. It's on the same level as the annihilation energy. Although they had guessed it, they still felt a chill down their spines when it was confirmed. This level of thing was really big. The dark storm that swept across the hall suddenly changed. Yun Nuashing pulled out the Nethervoid sword and took a few steps back as she felt the movement. The circling storm suddenly rolled like the sea of clouds under the storm, but it was not about to expand or retreat. The dark energy storm suddenly retreated to the left, and right as if a tornado was forcibly torn into two tornadoes, one on the left and one on the right. In the middle was the crystal wall that had been dyed pure black. The dim light that was converging still carried an extremely strong aura of non-order. Staring at it through the realm of order made them feel a little annoyed. If it was not for the fact that the enemy was not in front of them, they would have rushed up and fought for 30,000 rounds. Should snap out of it. It was like the echo of the void trembling with a weak initial aura. Hui and the others were stunned, and the battle intent and killing intent in their slightly narrowed eyes suddenly subsided. He stared blankly at Maple, whose body was already faintly glowing with the initial light. Just now, the chaos energy this time is too strong. It's the real annihilation energy. It's on the same level as the demonic shadow we saw on the cloud continent. The energy alone can affect you all. Yun Nuashing said softly as she looked down at the origin light that was faintly glowing on her body. Her expression was a little solemn. He had actually underestimated it a little. The chaos energy this time was probably more deadly than the demonic shadow they saw on the cloud continent. The latter was just a clone that was comparable to the real body. Could it be? He suddenly looked up at the crystal wall and narrowed his eyes. Could it be that there was an inheritor who was completely devoured by the demonic shadow? How many inheritors do you have? Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at the girl in white. He pointed at the crystal wall with his chin and said, "It's emitting the origin energy that is tainted by the chaos energy. Is there any inheritor missing?" The girl in white closed her eyes as if she was searching for her memory. After about a minute, she opened her eyes and shook her head gently. "No." "Then it can only be some other special situation." Yun Nuashing's face darkened. He let out a long sigh. "We can't just stand here. As usual, I'll go check out the situation. You all stay here." Ugh. Before he could finish speaking to Hui and the others, he saw him and Jing Yun desperately taking out energy towers. Energy runes and gods' representative runes were thrown into the realm as if they were free. The originally spacious hall suddenly had 100 or 200 energy towers, stuffed full of energy runes. It suddenly became very crowded. Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was a normal process. Feng Qinghuang saw that he was about to move. She quickly hugged him and said softly, "Be careful." Yun Nuashing nodded. Suddenly, he felt something warm in his hand. He raised his hand and looked at it. There was a small pink flame dancing in his palm. He was stunned when he saw her serious and solemn expression. He patted Feng Qinghuang's head and said, "I'll leave this to you. I'll go check it out." The true phoenix fire. It had been a long time since he last saw it. In this life. Ugh. Feng Qinghuang had mentioned it to him many times. However, he did not agree each time. The little girl seemed to be a little resentful. "Ah, they're coming." Before Yun Nuashing stepped out of the realm of order, the girl in white suddenly said something that caught Yun Nuashing off guard. The inheritors of the 2 realms, are here," she said calmly. The soul-suppressing ring could not completely suppress the eruption of the chaos energy. The realms outside are the first to be affected. Fortunately, the statues in the realms have suppressed the chaos energy. It's fine for now. "Oh," Yun Nuashing shrugged. As he turned around and walked out of the realm of order, he waved his hand and said, "Since that's the case, you can let them wait here, quietly. I'll go and scout the path first. The area in front is an area where trouble will happen. I wish you all the best." The center of the crystal wall suddenly released a dark and dense light of chaos. It landed on Yun Nuashing, who was already in front of it. After a while, the light of chaos dissipated and dragged him into the unknown area. It was cold and gloomy. It was like an endless sea of distracting thoughts, noise, negative emotions, and extreme evil. It was even heavier and more ridiculous than the sea of void. As the saying goes, life is a constant struggle against fate and being ravaged by fate. In the end, either the 2 sides reach a compromise, or fate will play you to death. That was not an exaggeration. What? Struggle against fate? Forget it. The process of struggle is fate itself. However, the word itself was too abstract and too abstract. It was something that could not be accurately observed. He could not, we could not, and the gods of origin. God knows if they could. However, They could influence the fate of countless people with a little fiddling. That was something that the two of them could also do. Well, it was just something that could not be directly observed. That was why there was no accurate way to describe it. Living was living. Fate and whatnot. Who would have the time to be tangled up in such things? Ah, why would he suddenly think of such a nonsensical thing? When he opened his eyes, he saw a space that was completely eroded by the presence of chaos. He did not know how big it was, where it was, or where it was. In short, for the time being, it was a proper space. However, it was filled with things that were not good for the world of order. Apart from what he had just said, there was also an endless presence of destruction. It was left behind when everything in the world was destroyed. It was as if there were billions of worlds and several void regions buried here. It was a very bad presence. It was so thick that it reminded him of the first and second elemental realms that he had destroyed in the future. Disgusting. Yun Nuashing's nose twitched. He waved his hand and fanned in front of him. The thick presence of chaos was like a wind that had been solidified. It was as if the waves on the sea were rolling endlessly in front of him. The presence of chaos made him have to increase his strength to urge the origin energy and the first light to offset the bad presence. That presence does not belong to you. In the midst of the chaos, a voice suddenly rang out. Yun Nuashing stopped moving forward. He quickly looked around but could not find anyone. Outsider, intruder. Hiss! Hiss! It was as if the noise of destruction echoing in the void was mixed with the distracting thoughts of billions of creatures that had been annihilated. It was put into a small box and let it ring continuously. The echoes were deafening. The infinite evil thoughts and distracting thoughts were like the whispers of demons in his soul. The whispers were crazy and noisy. It was as if demons were haunting him and constantly whispering to him. It was even more annoying than 10,000 Baldies whispering in his ear. However, if they wanted to make him surrender with this kind of whispers, sorry, he was also like an amalgamation of evil thoughts. When necessary, he could also turn into those impure and extremely violent things. He was the most damned person in this void. Are you playing hide and seek with me? Yun Nuashing shouted towards the empty space where only the aura of chaos was flowing. The primordial light on Yun Nuashing's body gradually shifted towards a dark gray color. He reached out his hand and fiddled with the chaos energy that was flowing in front of him. He casually slapped it aside and continued to walk forward. Hiss! Hiss! Foolish outsider! Stop! Hiss! You are approaching an existence that you can't face. The noise and noise rang again. Yun Nuashing's footsteps trembled again. His eyes flickered slightly. The repeated voices. He thought that the other party was just a person. It seemed that it was not a person. There was some light surging in his colorful eyes. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. Part of the initial light gathered in his eyes as he looked at the place where the endless storm of chaos was raging. A little bit of gray and other dark light suddenly divided areas in the storm of pure darkness and darkness. It was as if there were separate entities that were integrated together but independent of each other. And when he looked at it, good heavens, there were dozens of them. It gave him a headache. His moving eyes fixed on the centermost position. The storm of chaos enveloped an area that released the light of order. That should be the most dangerous place. That was the area occupied by the individual with the initial energy. It was also the largest area in the entire storm of chaos. Hiss! Hiss! Go away, go away! Ignorant outsider, you have a very interesting smell. The murmurs suddenly had a strange smell. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes slightly. The initial energy in his body quietly released into the realm of order around him. There were many indiscernible messages in the murmurs. Some of them directly released their hostility and killing intent. But as to why they did not make a move, maybe they were still observing which part of his body was fat or thin. But the energy life form did not have any flesh. Shouldn't he remind them? Then they could start the fight directly. You guys are quite leisurely. Yun Nuashing walked forward with one hand on his waist. He was not worried at all. Why, listening to some of the things you mentioned, you seem to be afraid of something? Stop right there. Idiot. Hiss. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Don't let him get close to that place. Hiss. Don't wake that guy up. He had only taken 2 steps when the entire storm of chaos went berserk again. There was a frenzied roar. Evil thoughts and chaos thoughts were rampaging around. Most of them were pressuring him, but they could not stop him at all. Moreover, it seemed that as he got closer to the area where the initial energy surged, the voices and the will in the storm of chaos became more and more unified. Soon, only the purest killing intent and malice were left, and it seemed to be gathering crazily. Something was about to be born in the storm of chaos. Yun Nuashing looked at the place where the initial energy light was. He could not help but roll his eyes and sigh, although he knew that this thing was definitely a barrel of explosives. If he ignited it would either explode or he would explode, or the entire place would explode. But he still had to ignite it. It was not that he could not control himself. He had no choice. That's right. He had no choice but to do such a thing. It was not that he wanted to. Stop! 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 If you don't stop, you'll die. The evil thoughts in the storm of chaos that had reached the limit suddenly gathered crazily. A vast and slightly familiar aura hit him in the face. Yun Nuashing was stunned. This is the first barrel of explosives had exploded. The madly gathering storm of chaos was gathering all the chaos energy from all directions. The place that seemed to be covered by a tide of darkness suddenly became much clearer. Before he could see the situation in this space clearly, a huge dark shadow rose in front of him. When he saw the full appearance of the dark shadow, he could not help but be stunned. It was a black, ghostly shadow, but its size was a little exaggerated. It should be the gathering of all the chaos energy in this space. However, the chaos aura that gathered the initial energy light was still hanging in that position, unaffected. No, it's all gathered here. This aura seems to be a little weaker than the 2 demonic shadows. Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. The energy in his body began to surge. When his hostility was completely exposed and he was ready to attack, there was no need for him to hide or announce anything. In the space behind him, hundreds of millions of magic circles appeared in a frenzy. The gathered initial energy was released uncontrollably. Hiss! That aura! That aura! Kill! Kill! Kill all of them! Everything related to this power. Kill! Kill all of them! When the huge ghostly shadow saw the thousands of magic circles appear, its murmuring voice suddenly turned into a low growl and roar. Yun Nuashing frowned and said, "Are you chaos? Or some other chaos construct?" Bang! The silent energy destruction caused Yun Nuashing's expression to tremble. He instantly retreated thousands of kilometers away with the magic circles. The place where he was standing just a moment ago suddenly swelled with a bright white light. The destructive aura of chaos surged, engulfing the void and everything in it. He did not wait for the other party's answer, but the other party attacked first. It seemed like the other party refused to communicate. As for attacking, it was an order to attack. He recalled the wretched demonic shadow he saw on the cloud continent. Order, order, kill. The invisible energy restriction caused Yun Nuashing's eyes to tremble. The sound of the galaxy and the void collapsing suddenly rang in his ears. The space around him suddenly distorted. The magic circle beside him also silently shattered. The energy released by the collapsing magic circle forcefully pushed back the collapsing void. Multicolored energy suddenly burst forth with him at the center. The origin and order domain that he had prepared long ago was instantly unleashed. Then, in the next instant, monstrous chaos energy swept over from all directions, directly pushing him and his domain back by tens of thousands of kilometers. This is a little different from what I thought. Yun Nuashing was speechless. After all, this was the other party's territory. There was no telling how much chaos energy was lurking in this place. Even though he had prepared his domain, he was still caught off guard. Even if he had unfolded his domain, he was just forcibly unfolding his own domain in the other party's domain. If I had known this would happen, I would have brought a shield in here. Even if I could unfold my own domain without being restricted by the other party's domain, it's still too uncomfortable. The radiance of hundreds of millions of magic circles connected into a vast nebula. All the magic circles poured out the energy that had been gathered for a long time in an instant. Order disintegration, order collapse, origin impact, origin chaos impact, and so on. The dark space was illuminated as if hundreds of millions of stars had lit up the sky. The energy attacks that crashed into the unknown ghostly figure were like raindrops falling on the surface of the lake, creating circles of ripples of various sizes. The torrents of energy pierced through the ghostly figure, but he did not feel like he had hit anything at all. The holes were quickly mending themselves, but his attacks were densely packed, making it seem as if the ghostly figure had been pierced with countless wounds. In fact, there might not even be a scratch, which really made him a little stunned. Even the attacks that stand in the void are not effective? What the hell? A gigantic shadow struck from above his head. The demonic claw that seemed to cover a few light years slammed down without any fancy moves. A destructive aura of chaos that was dense enough to slap the void of order into order fell from above, directly locking the space around him, making it difficult for him to dodge. Wansheng, Yun Nuashing had just opened his mouth to murmur and was about to counter the attack with his own attack. However, his expression froze. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and put away all the magic circles and attacks. He injected all the energy into the origin light. He looked coldly at the huge palm that was falling down. Wow, you should have told me in advance, you idiot. The little angel sensed that something was wrong in an instant, but she also sensed his thoughts in an instant. She could not help but exclaim and quickly protected the spiritual world with frost. I believe you. As soon as Yun Nuashing responded with a grin, the vast chaos energy hit him in the face. The incalculable energy impact hit his origin domain head-on. The colorful domain and barrier instantly cracked like glass that was punched. His whole body was also sent flying by the slap. As soon as the chaos aura that penetrated the domain wrapped around his body, it was caught by the origin light and then easily absorbed. Hiss! The huge dark ghost fell into a brief moment of shock because the attack that should have been blocked worked. He quickly looked at the figure that was sent flying backward with gray energy entwined around it. You old bastards who play with consciousness and souls every day. Yun Nuashing, who was still flying backward, suddenly stopped his figure that was flying backward. The golden energy was suddenly occupied by countless gray lights. The chaos aura surged out. A ferocious smile suddenly appeared on his face. In an instant, he turned into a gray meteor and rushed toward the direction behind the ghost. I've found your secret. Wanxiang leads the void. Chaos falls stars. The magic circles that spread out in the sky instantly wrapped around the chaos that was flashing with origin energy. Accompanied by the impact of the golden and gray energy, they all descended on the former in an instant. Hiss! Despicable. You don't know what's good for you. Despicable outsider. Run. Run. Leave this place. All the energy that fell on the origin chaos caused it to rapidly expand. From 100,000 feet in size, it expanded to the size of a star in an instant. Then, an extremely dazzling light burst out from the center. The light of order and chaos burst out from the top and bottom, as if igniting a galaxy. The dazzling light swallowed the entire space within it. Accompanied by the origin energy of chaos, the two seemed to be mixed and independent. In a trance, he recalled the moment when he jumped into the origin light. It was also at this moment that he saw the ghost scream and flee for his life. He was stunned. Then a black sea urchin suddenly appeared in the center of the dazzling white star cluster in front of him. That was the chaos energy that was wildly expanding. Yun Nuashing was stunned when he saw this scene. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. However, he had no other choice. Chapter 1728. The world was a chessboard. Everyone could move their chess pieces as they wished, give orders as they wished, and play with the chessboard as they wished. Who had told him this? He couldn't quite remember. It was a memory from a long time ago. However, if the world was a chessboard, how could he reverse the situation and win when he knew that he would lose? It was very simple. He just had to flip the table and kill the chess player on the opposite side. Of course, if he couldn't beat the chess player on the opposite side, he would just pretend that he didn't say that. The world was not pure, very, very pure. The void, the great Yuan realm, was not pure and not exquisite enough. It was a bit muddy, like a pool of muddy water. It was not pure. It was the state he hated the most. However, this was the common state of the void, the great Yuan realm. No world was pure enough. No void region was pure enough. That was why he hated everything. What he wanted to say was that this impure void, this impure world, was definitely not as simple as a chessboard. There was logic in a chessboard, but the void was a place of pure nonsense. When you thought that this was a chessboard, the opposite side would charge over with hundreds of millions of troops to crush you. It was like giving you a commander at the beginning of the game, while the opposite side's troops could fill the entire chessboard. That's right. This was the impure void. It was the worst drama that could be performed without any logic. It was just a chessboard. Let the people trapped in this world talk about it slowly. What he wanted to say was that everything in this world happened according to one's will. The void itself was like that, not to mention the stupid things that involve the origin and the chaos. Just like what he was facing now, everything happened according to one's will. He didn't know what would happen in the next second. When he guessed that the origin energy surrounded by the chaos was the core of this space and drowned it in the destructive energy, he thought that he would see the ghost rushing over and eating him alive. But it ran away. Well, it really ran away decisively. When he turned around, the ghost had already slipped away. He didn't know how far away it was. It simply left him here, and for a while he didn't know what to do. The arrow had already left the bow, and it had already pierced into someone else's body. It didn't seem very rational to pull it out now. Yun Nuashing took 5 seconds to think. Then, with a wave of his hand, more magic circles emerged from the void, increasing the power of Wanxiang Star by tens of thousands of times. After a while, the cloud of chaos suddenly trembled. Its volume seemed to have begun to shrink. The light of the origin energy burst out from its core, as if adding light wounds on its surface. The light that replaced the darkness illuminated the dim area, revealing a starry sky shrouded in endless gray clouds. At this moment, the chaos energy in the distance was slowly thinning, as if it was returning clarity to this space. Just when Yun Nuashing really thought that the chaos energy had begun to dissipate and that the origin energy had begun to recover, he saw a scene that shocked him a little. The chaos energy floating in the starry sky did not dissipate into thin air. It was diluting in the starry sky bit by bit. Then, without any signs of life, it approached the origin energy in front of him. He could vaguely see the gray energy currents in the starry sky converging from all directions. By the time he noticed this inconspicuous movement, the visibility in the starry sky had recovered a lot. What appeared before him was a shattered starry sky that was severely damaged by the chaos energy. Broken and strange celestial bodies and landscapes were randomly displayed in every corner of the starry sky. Even with thousands of sparks supporting this dim space, it was difficult to pierce through the spiraling fog. Hiss! Ow, ow, ow! It's awake! It's awake! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Outsider! Damn outsider! I don't want to be devoured. I don't want to be devoured. I'm going to be devoured. I'm going to be devoured. Suddenly, there was a great tremor in the starry sky. Yun Nuashing was shocked and quickly turned around. The ghostly figure that had fled at the speed of light was now flying back from a distance while screaming in pain. Its posture of bending its back and stretching out its hands in front of it was as if it was being dragged back by an invisible giant hand. Its waving hands in the starry sky cracked open cracks that led to the void and nothingness, tearing the entire space apart. But no matter how hard it struggled, it could not control its body. Outsider, stupid outsider, you will regret it. You will regret it. Curse you! Curse you! He. When the ghostly figure flew past Yun Nuashing, the scarlet eyes on the ghostly face suddenly froze on him. Suddenly, it let out a sharp, ear-piercing shriek at him. Its huge palm stretched out towards him as if its life depended on it. I didn't expect it to be affected as well. Yun Nuashing casually dodged the last two waves of the ghostly figure's hands. He watched as the ghostly figure screamed and roared, staring at him ferociously. Finally, a brilliant golden light climbed up and spread to its entire body in an instant. Its entire body was swallowed into the cloud of mist. As the ghostly figure was swallowed, he seemed to feel that the chaotic energy in this starry sky had been cleaned up. Only the cloud of energy, which seemed to be the core, was left in front of him. It was also the cloud of chaotic energy that it had just swallowed. But what was that ghostly figure? It looked strange. The dazzling golden light was like an unstable balloon, expanding and trembling violently. Even if it swallowed all the chaotic energy in the starry sky, it was still difficult to hide its huge size. The dazzling light began to shrink, agitate, and even let out a thunder-like drumming sound, which made Yun Nuashing's ears tingle. Oh ho! This familiar scene, this familiar energy, riot, this guy must have eaten chaotic energy and is about to explode sure enough. Within 5 minutes after Yun Nuashing retreated, the cloud of light that had expanded to the size of half a galaxy suddenly shrank at a rate visible to the naked eye. It was as if the earth had set off a huge earthquake that could cause the ground to collapse by hundreds of meters in an instant. The extremely chaotic and strange energy was released without restraint. In just a few minutes, the nebula-like core suddenly burst out with an even brighter light, illuminating the entire world in black and white. The violent energy impact slammed into Yun Nuashing's energy barrier, causing him to quickly retreat. After retreating for a long distance, the light shadow suddenly trembled violently, and a destructive aura that was a mixture of chaos and order finally erupted completely. Even though they were in the starry sky, the scene that should have been accompanied by the destruction of the natural order had somehow been rendered into a silent release of destruction. The light shadow that was so bright that it could blind him had dyed his vision into a dazzling white. Within the violent energy nova core, streaks of dark energy were constantly climbing and spreading like vines. The two stimulated the release of even more powerful energy, causing him to have no choice but to erect an even stronger energy barrier. If I had known this would happen, I would have brought a shield. After erecting a dozen layers of energy barriers, Yun Nuashing sighed deeply once again. As for the shield, he did not need to say anything to know what it was referring to. The eruption of chaos energy and origin energy filled the entire starry sky. His senses were not very clear. He only felt that this place seemed to have been cut into two by this violent energy explosion. Half of it was enveloped by the origin energy and was located in the center, while the other half was occupied by the chaos energy and was located in the outer circle. Just like the void of order and the void of chaos, he was located at the center of the energy explosion. Hot tears flowed down his cheeks as he looked at it. It was too dazzling and blinding. He had never thought that he would have the experience of being blinded by someone else's light. Yun Nuashing rubbed his eyes and tried to make his eyeballs move. After that, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the empty starry sky before him. He said blankly, That's it? Isn't it a little too simple?" Hearing that, the little angel almost smashed the teacup in her hand. Her pretty face darkened a little. You, say something else. I'm a little nervous. TCH, I'm not Hui, the Prophet Emperor. It's fine, it's fine. Yun Nuashing shrugged and said nonchalantly. However, his eyes were very serious as he stared at the center of the light that had not completely dissipated. There's no other energy aura, no life aura. It should be nothing, probably nothing. Frost looked up and looked outside in a daze. Mei Mao suddenly widened her eyes a little. It seems like there's something. Yun Nuashing was startled when he heard a muffled groan from his soul. Just as he was about to go inside to see what was going on, a sudden chill suddenly rushed into his body. His pupils shrank. The barrier that had not been retracted expanded by dozens of times in an instant. Countless magic circles manifested at the same time and turned into an energy defense form like never before. An unprecedented surge of energy that was powerful enough to knock the void back to its mother's womb suddenly crashed into his senses. An invisible object that carried a power that was powerful enough to shatter chaos and order into smithereens violently surged towards him. Nothingness, his subconscious defense and attack were completed in an instant. However, before he could lift the nether void sword, the destructive energy that was wrapped in endless madness suddenly expanded into a cluster of energy that resembled a dark flame. A pair of dark eyes covered in gold appeared in that energy cluster. The scarlet vertical pupils glared at him, and his entire body instantly froze. Bang! It was an indescribable feeling. He could not even react to what was going on. All he heard was the sound of countless collapsing and shattering. The magic circles that he had turned into a defensive formation were all shattered in an instant. An extremely bizarre energy suddenly acted on him without any signs of being or being annihilated. He was sent flying an unknown distance away. It was as if a rope was wrapped around his neck and he was being flung around for his life. The first light and more than 100 origin energies flashed at the same time. Yun Nuashing's flying figure suddenly froze on the spot. When he regained his composure, the stars had changed drastically. He did not even know where he was sent to. Ugh! Yun Nuashing painfully pinched his chest. His slightly transparent palm slowly opened up, and there was a pool of dark energy left on his body. It was the energy of primal chaos, and it could be cleaned up in an instant with the light of beginning. However, his body... You beat me back to my original form the moment we met. You sent me to an unknown place with just a look. This has not happened for many years. The first light rose from his clenched palm. When he opened it again, the bizarre energy had already dissipated. Yun Nuashing endured the throbbing pain and the strange feeling in his chest. He raised his head and looked into the distance. In the stars, there was an extremely violent and crazy energy cluster that was bursting with an indescribable energy. Just the overflowing energy alone was enough to sweep across a huge area in the stars. He had just crawled out from the belly of the energy explosion. The physical body of the energy life form was destroyed in a single exchange. Although the soul retained everything, the things that couldn't be restored and recreated would be stored in the soul. Although the physical body wasn't of much use, and their bodies were just floating energy bodies, the soul was the most important thing. However, the physical body also had decent defensive capabilities. He never thought that his physical body would be destroyed in a single exchange. If it was someone else, they would have already reported to the reincarnation road, right? How are you? Are you all right? The anxious and concerned voice of the little angel hurriedly came. A warm and gentle energy gushed out from his soul and was healing the wound on his soul. Phew, not so good. Maybe I've encountered something fatal. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head. If there's an accident, I'll send you and Frost away first. Phew, this time it's really fatal. I feel that the breath of the ghost is more dangerous than the high-level premier of the underworld. The little angel smiled bitterly. If so, how can we run away? Don't make a decision on your own. When Yun Nuashing was about to respond, he suddenly heard a strange sound. It was like the sound of a large group of insects playing a symphony in the mountains in the middle of the night. But as he listened, it also sounded like the dull echo of the void vibrating in resonance. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. More than 100 types of origin energy surged in his body. The light of primordial also released a dazzling light from his soul, making him look like he was plated with a layer of gold. He looked up and found the ghostly thing in the starry sky that he had yet to see its true face. It was walking slowly with the energy filled with endless destructive aura. Its entire body was almost invaded by the dark energy. He could only barely find a gap between the dark clouds and the surging energy to see that it seemed to have the body of a human. The strange sound sounded again. Yun Nuashing's instinct of standing on the rules of life and death made his eyes tremble suddenly. He instantly retreated. The completely invisible energy and the completely invisible attack penetrated the place where he was standing just now. There were still a few pieces of life-saving magic circles around him. One of them suddenly cracked and almost collapsed. He did not know what happened just now and whether he had dodged something. But even if he had dodged something, he must have brushed against it. Otherwise, the magic circle would not have collapsed. Yun Nuashing, who had yet to finish his previous dodging action and was still retreating, suddenly saw a figure entangled in dark energy appear in front of him without any reason. The figure raised the huge fist that was like a casserole and smashed it heavily towards him. Bang! It was another heavy blow. Yun Nuashing felt that he was about to be torn apart like the shattered void and nothingness. Even though his body made of energy was protected by the origin energy and the initial light, it became much dimmer in an instant. What the hell? It was as if he had self-destructed, causing origin energy to erupt violently from his body. He forcibly stopped himself from flying backward again, and his body tilted forward. The nether void sword flashed out and merged into his body once more. 2 exquisite patterns appeared on his arms, forming the shape of a giant sword. Hundreds of arrays were formed in an instant, and then they collapsed, wrapping around his body piece by piece. The action was completed in an instant. Yun Nuashing roared and turned into a colorful meteor that rushed out. Just as he rushed out for a short distance, he subconsciously waved his fist. A figure wrapped in dark clouds suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. Even through the energy clouds, he could feel that there was an extremely tyrannical guy hiding behind him. He also raised his fist towards him. The attacks of the two arrived unexpectedly, as if they were crazy and did not hold back at all as they greeted each other. Hundreds of energy formations appeared on Yun Nuashing's body at every moment, taking the damage in his place and collapsing instantly. The dark clouds on that thing would also be pierced and restored by his attacks, which carried the violent aura of the Netherruin's sword. The two people were like madmen as they tangled with each other in the most barbaric manner. Their punches landed on each other, and the energy shockwaves that pierced through each other opened up tens of thousands of holes in space that led to the void. Don't. You won't be able to hold on first. Yun Nuashing was the first to retreat when the little angel's hurried voice sounded. When the thing followed him again like a maggot, the colorful figure suddenly burst forth with an extreme flash of energy. 2/3 of the boiling origin energy poured out in an instant and gathered in his right hand. Purplish-black energy also surged in an instant. Netherworld ruins. Firmament slash. Using his fist as a sword, Yun Nuashing roared angrily. The shadow of a heavy sword in his right hand struck out like a furious dragon. The thing that had been fighting him so closely also punched out mercilessly. It landed heavily on Yun Nuashing's chest. The fist, which was wrapped in dark gray energy, directly pierced through his energy body. Bang! Multicolored light of destruction abruptly erupted, carrying with it the primordial presence of creation as it wreaked havoc in the cosmos. A crescent arc that was billions of miles wide illuminated the silent cosmos, sending a figure entangled in the presence of chaos into the cosmos. The energy soared radiance that could sink the void locked it down, devouring the dark energy that entangled it as if its life depended on it, before finally exploding in the depths of the cosmos. A new star of energy that could split the world illuminated the entire cosmos. Huff, huff. How many years has it been since the last time I fought so violently? Yun Nuashing gasped for breath a few times. His palm carried the initial light as he dug into his chest that had been penetrated and appeared hollow. He pulled out the wisp of mud-like, gray energy aura from his body. Before he could shake his hand, it had already been completely devoured by the initial light. Crack! There was a slight cracking sound, as if something had cracked. Yun Nuashing and the little angel turned their attention at the same time and looked at his raised right hand. The colorful light of energy appeared between his 5 fingers and slowly spread toward his arm. He looked at his body and could not help but whisper, "It's cracked!" Clenching his fist, he attempted to repair it with his energy. However, the usual repair method didn't have any significant effect at this moment. The cracks that seemed to burst out with energy rays were still expanding slowly, but at a slower speed. "It's over the limit," the little angel said in a serious voice. It had not even been 3 minutes since they fought, and his body was already about to break. She had never seen him in such a sorry state before. "What is that thing? What is that thing?" Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and looked up into the depths of the stars. The origin energy storm that had released 2/3 of the energy in his body was still raging violently in the stars. Although he wanted to daydream that it would just die, it was obviously impossible. "How would I know what that thing is?" Howrin seized the time to mobilize the energy of the backup world to recast the magic circle. But this time, the magic circle did not float in the void. Instead, he used himself as a drawing board, allowing the hundreds of millions of magic circles to wrap around his body. He used all kinds of methods to hold down his body that was about to collapse. At the same time, he began to increase his strength unreasonably. He had not fought face to face for a long time. Because he felt that it would be embarrassing to fight face to face, he liked to use the magic circle to hold people in the void from hundreds of millions of miles away. But when it was necessary, he had no choice but to roll up his sleeves and fight with the opponent. "Ah, here it comes again." The strange sound rang again. Yun Nuashing looked up vigilantly. The destructive storm in the depths of the stars had lasted for 3 to 4 minutes. At this moment, it seemed that it had hit a huge obstacle and slowly weakened the intensity of the storm. After another 2 minutes, it naturally dissipated. Yun Nuashing came to the place where the storm disappeared in a flash and walked forward fearlessly. The gray energy aura around the ghost had been reduced by more than half. At this moment, the light of the origin energy occupied half of the exposed figure, making it look very bright and dazzling. What appeared in front of him was a figure between a young man and a middle-aged man. Its hands were on both sides of its head, and it was growling in a low voice. The luster in its eyes flickered wildly, occupied by the madness and tyranny of the chaotic energy. He was wearing a costume that Lin Sanjiu had never seen before, but no matter how she looked at it, it seemed to be a little similar to the uniform of the green-robed young man. But the degree of similarity was more simple and elegant. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and wanted to move closer. His gaze that was deliberately sweeping towards his face suddenly froze at a certain moment. Even the violent energy that was surging in his body froze because of this. At this moment, the pupils of his widened eyes gradually shrank. Disbelief and shock crazily rushed through his soul, drowning the entire soul world. The sudden, emotional riot startled the little angel. Just as she was about to take the time to see what he saw, he had already spoken. She was so shocked that she stopped what she was doing. Origin. God. Chapter 1729. It was a name that reverberated like thunder in his ears. Under normal circumstances, it would not have been a big deal, and he might have muttered a few words such as origin or those damn things. However, when those words were put together with the current situation, everything seemed to have exceeded his expectations, and he was not prepared for it at all. The void always liked to joke. Truly, it liked to joke about all kinds of things. Small jokes could be as small as wiping out a race or destroying a planetary system. Bigger jokes could be treating a world of light as the joke itself, or treating an entire region of the void as a joke, or pulling in an entire region of the void to joke with it. Still, it could also put a heavenly god of origin right in front of him, but that was not enough. Apart from that, it would also dye the god of origin with something that should not have been there. Indeed, this was the biggest joke that the void had ever played on him, but he could not bring himself to laugh at all. The heavenly god of origin. The little angel murmured. Her expression was a little dull as she stared blankly ahead in silence for a long time. In the stars, the energy storm raged. Half of the surging chaotic energy was disintegrated, revealing the origin energy that was wantonly leaking behind. It was a golden energy with drops of blue luster, and Yun Nuashing recognized it. That origin energy seemed to have a deep connection with the realm, and perhaps it had something to do with him. Furthermore, the origin energy in his body also reacted a little, but it was not like the impatience and longing that it had when it saw something related to it. Instead, it was a melancholy and slight worry that it saw something that was still there, but that person had changed. It was the first time that he had seen a heavenly god of origin with his own eyes. It was no longer a blurry white shadow that he had seen in that damned place, but a heavenly god of origin that had a physical body. He could see its face and could accurately see its appearance. It was the first time he had seen it, and he could recognize it even without the guidance of the origin energy. It was as if the void was actively telling him who the person before him was. However, why are you here? Yun Nuashing's eyes were wide open. His shrunken eyes stared at the heavenly god of origin, who was clutching his head in a frenzy. His fists were clenched tightly. The little angel felt a little nervous when she sensed his state of mind. He was not disappointed, lost, or had his faith collapsed. He did not have any of that. His own feelings for the name of the heavenly god of origin might be weaker than others when it came to faith and spirit, but they were stronger in some aspects. If ordinary people saw that even the heavenly god of origin was controlled by chaos, their faith and spirit might have collapsed. Chaos was the symbol of order itself, an existence that stood at the peak of order. It would be fine if they were defeated, as order and chaos always had winners and losers in their battles. But if they saw order being controlled by chaos and having their minds messed up, victory and enslavement were two completely different things. The latter was more than enough to deal extremely brutal damage to one's mind. "You're really annoying, bastard." Before the little angel could react, Yun Nuashing had already lunged forward with a furious roar. Hundreds of millions of magic circles appeared and illuminated the entire starry sky. They overlapped behind him and formed a disk that was covered in light. The next moment, all of them shattered. The energy of an entire galaxy gathered in his right hand. He punched the chest of the heavenly god of origin hard. The energy that was enough to break through the starry sky exploded into a ring of energy. The heavenly god of origin was sent flying backward like a meteor. The two forces of order clashed violently on his body, shattering the starry sky along the way. "This is the world of order that you all protect." Yun Nuashing's pretty face twisted into a vicious expression. The mark of destruction between his eyebrows suddenly surged with a dark gray color. Two gray wings with colorful divine runes suddenly protruded from his back and fluttered in the starry sky. As the light of primordial was affected by his will and turned into the side of chaos, many marks left behind by chaos appeared on his body. It looked just like the mark of origin that was left behind when he was being controlled by the origin energy. Like a dark gray meteor, Yun Nuashing shot across the starry sky and caught up to the heavenly god of origin who was sent flying backward. He clenched his fists tightly. The energy of annihilation wrapped around his hands. Heavy punches rained down on the heavenly god of Origin's body. Dull thuds rang out along with explosions of energy. The heavenly god of Origin did not resist at all. He allowed the heavy punches that left afterimages to land on his body. The chaos energy wrapped around his body clashed with the Origin energy in his body, causing his face to contort into a vicious expression. His eyes were entangled in the darkness of chaos. Wanxiang, his murmuring voice suddenly stopped. A moment later, he let out a roar. The energy of annihilation was sent into the heavenly god of Origin's body with a heavy punch. The heavenly god of Origin was sent flying into the depths of the starry sky. Hundreds of millions of formations, forged from chaos energy, spread out in the starry sky, extending for hundreds of millions of kilometers. All of them were aimed at the dark gray star that was being sent flying backward. After a few seconds of delay, countless starlight rumbled out from all of the formations. They turned into a concentrated torrent of energy that fell into the dark gray star. A vast wave of destruction energy quickly turned into a mighty energy storm in just a few seconds, sweeping up all of the laws and order in the starry sky. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and left the formations. He followed a torrent of energy and charged into the energy storm caused by the explosion of chaos energy. His eyes, which were half filled with madness and fury, suddenly saw an equally vicious face appear before him. His right hand, which had fused with the Nethervoid sword, was accompanied by the energy of Origin and annihilation as it slammed out. A monstrous wave of energy accompanied by a sword beam of dark gray energy suddenly erupted. The destructive energy tore through the chaos storm and rushed into the depths of the starry sky. That is the world of order that all of you cherish. A furious roar resounded through the starry sky. Yun Nuashing casually removed the remaining energy from his shoulder and chased after the energy sword beam that swept up the heavenly god of Origin like a madman. In that instant, the threat of death suddenly rushed into his soul. He subconsciously twisted his body, and the patterns on the great sword on his arm suddenly lit up with the light of chaos. That hideous face that had already lost its mind suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Similarly, it was mixed with two types of order, but the Origin energy was weaker. It heavily pierced through the void and finally viciously penetrated Yun Nuashing's chest. Forcefully resisting the energy that was about to devour all of his strength, Yun Nuashing roared and smashed his right hand, which was surging with the light of chaos, heavily onto the heavenly god of Origin's head. Void, boundless chaos! The dark energy, surging like a river of stars, took the shape of a huge energy ball and suddenly exploded. Sharp energy screeches reverberated throughout the entire starry sky, causing the starry sky to dim in comparison. Along with the chaotic impact released by the light of primordial chaos, aside from the first wave of energy that was released indiscriminately into the surroundings, the rest of the energy gathered in front of it and violently surged toward the heavenly Origin god. This time he didn't even care about the hideous wound on his chest. After releasing all the boundless chaos energy in an instant, he chased after the figure that was sent flying several galaxies away like a madman. The gray and colorful colors on his body suddenly swapped positions. Dozens of types of Origin energy surged wildly in his body. As he swung his arm, the Nethervoid sword that flickered wildly with colorful energy appeared in his hand. He looked at the figure that couldn't break free from the chaos energy and let out a furious roar. He suddenly fell from above like a colorful meteor and stabbed the Nethervoid sword in his hand heavily into the figure's chest. Origin, chaos! A roar that seemed to shake the void and nothingness echoed through the starry sky. The vast Origin and annihilation energy that accompanied all the energy in the starry sky suddenly smashed into the two of them. A huge, two-colored energy ball that was thousands of kilometers in size instantly took shape. The two powers of order were released in a mighty manner across the starry sky, almost shattering all the stars in the starry sky. The roar of order that reverberated through the starry sky lasted for an entire half a minute before it came to a stop. The huge energy ball of order was shattered by an energy sword ray that streaked across the starry sky. Yun Nuoxing's figure was sent flying backward. The exposed chaos energy around the heavenly god of Origin's body had been completely dispersed, but it seemed to have recovered its initial berserk state. The Origin energy wrapped around the heavenly god of Origin's body as it roared and charged toward Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing also let out a low roar in response. The nether void sword fused back into his body once again. The realm core that contained an entire galaxy in his heart suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. Yun Nuoxing charged forward, allowing the heavenly god of Origin's claw to pierce through his chest once again. He abruptly raised his head and smashed his head heavily into the heavenly god of Origin's head. The two of them directly greeted each other with surging energy without any fancy tricks. Even their casual movements and attacks were imbued with enough power to destroy the void. Just their heads smashed into the starry sky, sending out several dense energy halos that shattered the starry sky. While the heavenly god of Origin was flying backward, Yun Nuoxing grabbed him by the collar and charged forward as well. This time, he focused all of his energy on his head. He raised his head and smashed his head down viciously. The realm of order. That's the realm of order that you've been guarding. That's the realm of order that you've been guarding for countless years. That's the world that you cherish. Yet you're choosing to compromise here. Pulling the heavenly god of Origin's arm out of his chest, Yun Nuoxing let out a roar that shattered the starry sky. He swung the heavenly god of Origin's arm like a hammer and smashed it heavily through a stone planet in front of him. Then he grabbed the entire planet and compressed it to 1/10 of its original size before smashing it viciously into the heavenly god of Origin's head. Billions of stone fragments exploded at the same time with a loud crash. Yun Nuoxing's body slowed down for a moment, and the colorful light in his eyes dimmed several times. However, his eyes lit up again after a short moment, and the primordial light bloomed in the starry sky without holding back. Seeing the heavenly god of Origin charge forward, Yun Nuoxing raised his hand without backing down. Billions of spell formations appeared in the starry sky one after another, and the heart of the spell formations turned and all of them were aimed at him. Boom! The billions of spell formations released energy that exceeded the limits of what Yun Nuoxing could withstand all at once, and they pressed both him and the heavenly god of Origin into the void for a baptism. The dazzling and magnificent energy storm was like a grand banquet accompanied by fireworks. It was incomparably beautiful, but also extraordinarily deadly. A broken figure staggered out of the void, and half of his body was almost transparent. Yun Nuoxing slowly stood up in the starry sky and looked at the simulated god destruction storm not far away. He raised his trembling right hand and continued to draw out Origin energy from his body without caring about the cost. The 36 worlds began to tremble slightly because of this. Don't hang here like a fool and act like a decoration. That's your obsession, your will, and everything that you yearn for. It's not everything that I persevered for, and it's not the reason why I guarded order all those years. The billions of broken spell formations converged into the same number of spell formations again, and then trembled again. The number of spell formations duplicated the same number every few breaths, and then overlapped with each other again. Yun Nuoxing stared at the heavenly god of Origin, who was being bombarded by countless energies in the fake god destruction storm. The colorful radiance in her eyes dimmed a little, and her body staggered again because of the unrestrained exhaustion and outburst. A voice that was like the murmurs of chaos and darkness rang throughout the entire starry sky, causing the order, rules, and many other things in the entire world to be distorted. The distortion that exceeded the degree of distortion even caused a part of it to be directly torn into pieces of paper. That crazy figure tore the fake divine destruction storm into two with his bare hands. His eyes that were tainted with darkness flashed fiercely, and found the location of Yun Nua planet. The endless pressure brought about by his gaze caused the space of the ladder to distort violently once again. The magic circle beside him shattered once again, suppressing the collapse of the space caused by this weak divine right. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the figure that was ready to attack. He raised his hand slightly, and countless arrays gathered energy crazily. A huge energy vortex that covered dozens of light years was formed at the point where the vortex connected to the void. If you understand, come back to your senses, bastard. Give me a reason to continue guarding the order. The dazzling light emitted by countless magic formations accompanied by the original light was as dazzling as the ultimate flash at the beginning of the great primordial realm's birth. He roared and charged forward, but he was stunned. His eyes, which were filled with darkness, reflected the flash that symbolized eternity. He was in a daze as if the mighty light that penetrated the void, and the void brought the figure of the heavenly god of origin into the distance. In the depths of the starry sky, a huge sawtooth crack that traversed the light of the entire world was torn open. It was like an abyss. The energy, rules, time, order, void, and void of the world all poured into the crack endlessly. The entire starry sky seemed to reverberate with the sound of crashing waves. The countless spell formations behind him turned into energy silently and dissipated, scattering a dazzling azure light. Yun Nuashing's figure slowly knelt in the starry sky. His body was so dim that it could be penetrated by the starlight. The energy crack on his palm had spread to his shoulder and was about to climb up to his neck and body. It was like a huge crack in the earth that burst with the light of underground fire. It was incomparably ferocious. Immediately after, the two azure wings on his back flickered twice. They quickly dissipated due to the exhaustion of energy. The original light and the origin energy also almost fell silent. If you continue to fight, you will die first, the little angel hurriedly said. Her nervous voice was trembling. No matter how hard she and Shuang Shuang tried, they could not stop his soul from collapsing faster and faster. Seeing how he was holding on with all his might and how he was nearing the end of his life, they did not know whether to cry or to force a smile. Fighting against a heavenly god of origin, even if it was a heavenly god of origin whose brain was muddled by the energy of chaos for some reason, it was still not something that they could withstand. To be able to fight to this extent was already really hard work. Although he seemed to have been thrown into the crack and was being whipped by endless energy, he was still a heavenly god of origin. He stood at the peak of order, and his existence was a legendary figure in the void. Even if they gave it their all, they would not be able to defeat him. Stubbornly resisting was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Such a phrase from a long time ago. It had been a long time since they thought of such a phrase. Even when they were facing the underworld and knew that the heavenly god of origin was in the underworld, they did not have such a thought. Why did it have to be them? Why did the heavenly god of origin have to be controlled by chaos? Now, in the void of order, was there really a need to continue fighting? How would I know if there is still a need to fight? If I insist on talking about this topic, to me there was no need to fight in the first place, right? Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and responded to the thought in her heart. She forced herself to stand up and looked at the huge crack across the sky. Most of the surface of the blue crack was already occupied by the dark energy of chaos. The cracks on the surface of the blue crack were like blood vessels that sent the energy of chaos to every inch of space. The little angel was silent. That was right. To the two of them, who knew the ending from the very beginning, there was no reason to continue fighting this battle, because no matter what, there was only one ending: the defeat of the world of order. Everything that they were doing now, everything that he and she had endured together, everything that they faced together was just a crazy act of resistance against the established reality. To what extent, they did not know, but there was no need to guess. It was just infatuation and obsession, If even the heavenly god of origin had been corrupted by chaos, then they probably could not even find a reason to guard the world of order. Just like what they said that day, those who came to the front line of the void to guard the world of order more or less had their own reasons. It was to achieve some goal, to become stronger, to survive. These were all reasons that were allowed to exist. But what about them? They did not know. They had thought about it, but they could not come up with an answer. If survive was a false proposition, then there was probably not much left for them to do. They could still guard the front line of the void bitterly. Perhaps it was because of the heavenly god of origin and the others. Perhaps. So when they saw that even some of them would fall into chaos, they inadvertently felt a sense of loss. It was just a small part of it, and it was not enough to affect them. But it was enough to make the will in their hearts waver slightly. Crack, the gigantic fissure that stretched across the stars sounded like it was about to collapse. The gray energy had enough energy to tear the entire fissure into pieces. Under the crushing force of chaos, the fissure that was condensed with endless energy almost instantly shrunk in size. Cracks began to appear from the edges of the fissure. Endless energy leaked out and condensed into strange energy phenomena in the stars. In just a dozen seconds, the narrow fissure turned into a shrunken sea cucumber, flattened into a ball. Yun Nuashing saw this and breathed a long sigh of relief. He waved his hand and took out the Netherworld ruin sword. He waved it casually, and a sudden pain spread from his palm. He could not hold the Netherworld ruin sword firmly, and threw it away. He saw this and could not help but smile bitterly. "Girl, I don't think I can do it. There's still a chance now, you guys. Don't say any more. This time I'll accompany you." The little angel shook her head. She was now relaxed. She lazily sat on a chair and turned to Shuang Shuang. "Do you want to leave first?" "Stay here. Is that right?" Seeing Shuang Shuang shake her head, she did not say anything more. She sighed softly and reached out to pat Shuang Shuang's head. "Silly girl." The Netherworld ruin sword that flew out of his hand circled around him for a moment before automatically flying back into his hand. Yun Nuashing looked at it and could not help but sigh. Although it was a familiar scene, it still showed no signs of recovery. Its spiritual intelligence and spirituality were still in a state of deep sleep. But now, even if the Netherworld ruin sword urgently woke up, it would not be able to save him. He was facing the heavenly god of origin, the heavenly god of origin who was covered in chaos energy. Bastards, bastards, you are a bunch of bastards. All you do is to torment me all day long. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly. He was done throwing a tantrum. Once he relaxed, it was difficult for him to gather the crazy energy to take the opponent's life and his own life. It was probably because the injuries on his body were too severe. He was so transparent that he almost disappeared. In other words, to an ordinary person, this was already a fatal injury. The cracks suddenly shattered, and the energy inside turned into a river of stars and poured into the starry sky. The sound of rolling waves reverberated throughout the starry sky. The pouring of energy turned into another energy storm in the starry sky. The mighty storm wildly expanded and spread out into the starry sky. It became a colossal object that stood tall in the starry sky. The immense power dragged everything that was left in the starry sky, bit by bit towards it. Yun Nuashing stared at the energy storm that erupted for the second time. He raised his hands and tightly gripped the Netherruin sword. He saw that within the unusually bright storm, a figure accompanied by a dark light slowly emerged from it. He stared at the figure closely, and the figure seemed to be staring back at him. There was a pressure brought about by the gaze, and the space between them was about to collapse. "I don't care what others say. To me, you are the most annoying bastards in this void." Yun Nuashing shouted at the starry sky. He gathered all the energy in his body into the Netherruin sword and let it light up with a last ray of multicolored light. He looked at the figure that walked out of the storm and suddenly laughed loudly. Using the last of his strength, He stabbed the Netherruin's sword into the void. Lie in this starry sky for me for 100 years. Origin, chaos, foam. Wait. When the sword pierced into the void, there was no way to stop the attack. All the energy in his body was completely drained in an instant. The last thing he saw was the scene of the mighty energy bursting out. Well, he seemed to have heard Huey's voice. Forget it, he couldn't care less.